rolling here. If you wish to speak on an agenda or a non-agenda item, please sign up on the sheet near the entrance door to the council chambers. You'll be called to speak during the public comment section. Comments or testimony on agenda items listed under public hearing, public comment will be taken at that time. Roll call, please.
Mayor Williams.
Here.
Dick Anderson.
Here.
Chester Norikis.
Here.
Wes Ryan.
He is absent, excused.
Roger Sprague.
Here.
Susan Walke. Here. And Kip Ward.
Here. Will you please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, thank you. That always sounds so great with a full house. Well, thank you for being here. Okay, we're going to get rolling. Consent agenda. I show no items, but 4 items. Anyone want to help me out with that one?
We do have 4 items.
Okay. The consent calendar consists of items of a repeat or routine nature considered under a single action. A counselor may remove a consent agenda item for separate consideration upon request. We have the meeting of minutes of meeting July 27th, 2015 City Council meeting. Number 2, the minutes of meeting August 3rd, 2015 work session. Number 3, minutes of meeting August 10th, 2015 City Council meeting. Number 4, Amendment 01, Local Agency Agreement Scenic Byway Program Project Number 29787. Does anyone wish to poll any?
Number 4, please, Mayor.
Okay. Anyone else?
I would just like to, Mayor, make an announcement that I did find an error on a vote, and I did correct that. And Councilor Walke provided me with a few grammatical corrections, and we did fix those
On
the minutes
all
for
of them?
August 3rd
August 3rd.
and July 27th.
Okay, so no, we don't need to take any action on that, right?
Nope.
Okay, so we're just pulling number 4.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I move that we approve the consent agenda items 1, 2, and 3.
For a second.
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Mr. Anderson.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I wonder if it would be helpful if we had Public Works maybe come forward and, I guess, I was looking for, in reading the amendment, trying to follow it and see where the governor's green initiative played in, because that sounded so environmentally sensitive that I was curious what was in the amendment and couldn't find it.
Actually, I should have just said the attached amendment instead of the green initiative, because I thought it was in there and it wasn't.
Okay.
So it's just those attachments, Exhibit A, that they changed. And they mainly changed that because when we first did the contract, we had Northeast Surf Project, 22nd and Surf, and that was amended. And so it only includes the Head to Bay Trails section.
And it switched the project from identifying the suspension bridge to the boardwalk, to the walk?
Yes, which was in a totally different location.
Right.
The boardwalk, or the bridge would have been by Spring Lake, and it was outside of our budget. And so we were trying to finish the West Devils Lake Road Trail, so it'd be near that bridge to 22nd Street on West Devils Lake Road.
Mr. Mayor, I noticed that they didn't change any of the numbers. So it's ODOT is actually going to do the project or manage the project?
Correct.
So they haven't gone out to bid yet? So
No,
those are just the grant numbers?
Right. We've already approved, council approved, and we have paid our percentage of it already through the engineering and design. So we have an engineering company, and they wanted us to do that part, but then they'll do the contracting.
Okay.
And run that part of it.
Great. Thank you.
So go ahead. You happy?
Good. Good
Okay.
with me.
No changes to 4 then? Okay, then I'm looking for a motion to approve number 4 on the consent.
Motion to approve amendment number 01, local agency agreement scenic byway program project number 29787.
Looking for a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call, or do I need a roll call on that? No. Just all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, now is the time for comments from citizen present on agenda, non-agenda items. Excuse me while I adjust my focus here. This is an opportunity for members of the audience to bring to the council's attention any item not listed on the agenda for public hearing or public comment. Comments are limited to 5 minutes per citizen, and the city recorder will use the light system. Speakers may not yield their times to others, and as a general rule, this is not a time for exchange of questions. At the conclusion of this agenda item, a councilor may discuss or raise questions regarding an item presented by a citizen. The mayor has the authority to reduce the time allowed for comment in accordance with the number of persons present and signed up to speak. Okay, a couple things.
Mr. Mayor?
Quick sec. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Okay, I got 12.
Mr. Mayor, can we have the city manager explain the misinformation that went out on VRDs? So before we start the public comments, it might help people feel a little more comfortable about what's been going on.
I'm comfortable with that. I would not want to characterize anything as misinformation, but I would say if you would like to take a moment to discuss what I'm assuming most of these people are here for, I'm just going to assume they're here for this discussion that we've been getting emails and calls about. Would you like to clarify what the exact position is of the city in relationship to VRDs and enforcement starting January 1? And I'm going to just, because we have a crowd, this is a hot issue and I get it, so here's the rules. No hollering, no hooting, no whistling, no stomping the feet. Okay, this is a business meeting and we're going to conduct it as such. I know emotions run high, but let's just keep it together and keep quiet because I don't want to gavel this to a close, okay? Beauty.
There was some questions that came up that the council was going to be acting at this meeting on a definition of accessory use, specifically as defining it as 90 days. And I believe that concern came up in relation to the licensing renewal process that we're currently in. We have sent the licenses renewals to all of our VRD licensees. They have received that. As it pertains to where we are as far as definitions and everything else, we are at status quo. The accessory use and incidental accessory use provision still is in existence. As it pertains to the 90 days, which Mr. Townsend has been using when he receives new applications. Those will be applied to new applications.
I'm going to interrupt just a second because I want to add that I want to make sure everyone knows the council asked Mr. Townsend to find that number, correct? He didn't just say, hey, I'm going to do it today, and he did that under instruction.
The ordinance gives the authority to the Community Development Director to establish what that is, and he has done that as it pertains to new applications. The applications that our VRD licensees have received are the same ones they've received in the past. If there has been a number that was associated with those, that number carries forward. If there hasn't been a number with those, then they should not try to add a number onto it. It's just status quo. It's as we have been. I sent out an email on Saturday explaining a little bit of where you ended up on November 30th, the different discussion topics you've had. Of course, the City Council has not made any decisions on this and won't for a little while because we're really now entering the public input phase of this whole process where there will be public hearings and public meetings where people have an opportunity to contact you to give you their input on what is proposed. A couple of emails I received talked about ordinances that have been drafted. There are no ordinances that are before you. There's nothing for you to vote on. Again, the development of an ordinance will go through its proper process. If it is a Planning Commission item, it will go to the Planning Commission before it comes to you. And again, there will be the public hearings and public input process. So I hope that answers it. That's where we are.
Well, then I guess I'm going to ask the same question I asked last meeting. For the people who are reapplying, will they be getting a notice? I just want to assure people that if they have rented for 90 days that we're not going to come knocking on their door? Or are we?
The best way I can answer that is we are at status quo, and the status quo
Guys,
is...
don't do it, guys. Don't do
Okay.
it. Don't do it.
There is not a number on the renewal application forms, so there's not a number to fill in. Accessory use is still defined as subordinate and incidental to the use of the property, and it will continue to be that way until you make the determination that it is something else. And so that's where we are. I wish I could give you a better answer than that, but we are where we are. As you look to 2016 and you talk about enforcement, I'm hoping you guys will be done long before we have to deal with enforcement. And your definitions and your ordinances and everything will be done. But unfortunately, the best answer I can give at this point is that we are at a status quo. The information I've been giving to people, especially, is that fill out the application. Don't add things, don't subtract things, just fill it out as you have in the past. If there's no place for a number, don't put a number down on it. If you've had a number that is associated with the nights you can rent, then that number will continue to apply.
Satisfying?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that people are not thinking that all VRDs are limited to 90 days. And that was the misinformation which went out. I sent a letter to the Roads End, or a reply to the Roads End group that sent me numerous letters, and I indicated that very same thing. And I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that the new VRDs are 90 days or less, and that the existing VRDs are whatever it has been. If you had a number on there, you got that number. If there's no number on the app, then yeah, you operate as you have been until something else changes.
Satisfying to everybody? We good? Okay. So I've got 12 people signed up, and usually some folks will pop up at the end. So just so you know, we've got a lot to talk about tonight besides this. So I'm going to be the arbiter of when you've wandered off course. So that's all I'm going to say about that. So I'm glad you're here. Thank you so much. It makes me feel good to know that people are concerned and participating in their city. So with that, Mr. Roulette.
Ken Roulette, Lincoln City. I guess I've watched the situation that is beyond me, and I've watched over the years as, you know, the first 50 years of Lincoln City, basically it was, hey, rent your house and pay your taxes and your fees and be left alone in quiet enjoyment, I believe they call that. Then all of a sudden we have a regime that comes in and says we want to change the game, and suddenly we have this wild and crazy need after 50 years of everything working just fine. And by that I mean you got a police call, they come. Fire, they come. Medical, they come. Everything is handled. You know, when the meetings were going on in the original public discussion in July of 2012, Chief of Police was brought into the discussion, and folks are trying to nail down, what's your biggest problem? You know, we got these VRDs, we got issues, we must have a lot of issues. And he said, quite frankly, our biggest issue as a police department is 800 dog calls. Okay, so where in God's name did we come up with the idea that we have a problem with vacation rentals? You can fabricate it, you can make up stories. The bottom line is Lincoln City has never had a problem with vacation rentals. Folks have done just fine. They've paid their taxes. They've been law-abiding citizens. And to fabricate what's gone on and been created is ridiculous. And 2 months ago, Wes Ryan threw up his hands and he said, I'm done with this. We shouldn't even be here. And at that point in time, he motioned that, in fact, The whole thing was canned, all the rezoning was removed, and such was the case. And now I see the same thing coming back, folks looking to rekindle. People have bet their life savings on a beach house. You know, I have a handout that I'll give you all later. It shows that 62% of all Americans have less than $1,000 in a savings account, and 21% have no savings account at all. That's 83% of all Americans. Now, you're going to take these people out there that they've managed to squirrel away a few bucks and pay the mortgage. Many times it's on a retirement property. They rent, they make a few bucks to supplement their Social Security, and now arbitrarily it's 90 days or whatever arbitrary, concoction comes up as far as regulations for the week. I am going to say Wes Ryan, bless his soul, was on the right track, that in fact the City Council needs to reverse all of this nonsense, get to the point where you pay your fees, pay your nightly room taxes, and get back to people treating people and citizens as citizens for the welfare of all in Lincoln City. And this thing about redlining that comes up, either you treat everybody all the same, or you got a discrimination problem. And this east-west thing, Newport has it right. No restrictions on anything. I can tell you you're going to have class action lawsuits back out of the courthouse, both state and federal and county, because the minute that you redline and you say, Mr. Roulette, you can make a whole bunch of money. Mr. Williams, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Ward, denied. We're not going to allow you the same opportunities. So what you need to do is let's move back to square one, let people have their quiet enjoyment, enjoy the retirement, make a few extra bucks, let the police, fire, medical, do their thing. They've done it well for 50 years and we haven't had a problem. And if we feel we need some more animal control officers to take care of those 800 unruly pets, then let's go ahead and address that. But I think that really the issue just needs to stop here and now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Appreciate it. Mr. Elton.
Hello, David Elton. Please make a whistle sound or just make a loud sound if I go on too long.
You will.
My name is David Elton. I live in Olivia Beach on Acre Avenue. I'd rather not say exactly where.
You do not need to.
I'm here to say thank you to a few people. I had a very good experience volunteering at the Warming Center about a week or 10 days ago. And I think I've met the mayor once on election night, and we've never spoken since, but we've traded a few emails. I was asking Ross Smith, a friend of mine, where is the best place in town to donate money or time over Christmas? And he said, well, who would know better than Mayor? So we ended up discussing it and bouncing around a few places, and we decided to make a donation to the Warming Center. And I thought, well, I should go and check it out before we send that substantial donation in. So I went in and volunteered on one of these evenings. It was a very interesting experience, and this is in your building, in Taft, as opposed to the north side. Myself, Susan Nelson, Angela Moore, Rich Music, and Lynn Redstrom, we had too many volunteers. So after about 3 hours, we decided, well, hey, if nobody's coming into the Warming Center, because it seems most of the homeless people who need that go to the north side. They just don't know about the one at Taft so far. So we decided to get in the car and hunt down some homeless people. And you'll never guess where we found them. We found them about 200 feet from right here. They were underneath the parking structure right here. And Susan Nelson, who manages Posh Wash, knew some of these four gentlemen specifically well. So we gave them a bunch of Subway sandwiches, which were donated by some magical person at Subway, whose name is Don Williams. They lit up when they first bit into the sandwiches, but then we got in the back of the car, and we had kind of a survival sleeping bag, just the real thin military, tiny little blankets. And then we also had some fruits, some candy, and Susan spoke with a couple of these gentlemen. One of them desperately needed some boots, so we all ponied up, and the next day she found a great pair of boots. for a little less than $20, so we had $23 left over. Anyway, it was a wonderful experience, and I got an email from the woman who runs this program down there, I think, is Lynn Redstrom, and I just wanted to pass this on. I'll read it real quick. Susan Nelson just told me that Posh Wash Outreach Program is desperate for sleeping bags. Used ones are just fine. We've given all of ours out. If you could help her out with any community groups that you know of, she's looking forward to accepting sleeping bags at the Posh Wash location, which is basically right across the street from here. It serves as a go-between for homeless people that need certain things. We're already approaching the Mormons on this. Our local Mormon church has been fabulous in donating socks, gloves, and hats. I'd like to start a program there to give out tents, tarps, slickers, and boots there next year for the unsheltered. We are also desperate for overnight volunteers. We can operate our South Shelter with more male overnight volunteers if they are willing to stay overnight. If you know of men who would be willing to spend the night, please have them contact me at 541-992-4689. I am having the program management team summarize the first month of operation for the board. I will have our board chair forward that information to you. I have yet to see their summaries, but I think it'll be rather amazing. We are all God's children. The homeless persons we serve here have been deemed throwaway people because they are addicted or mentally ill. They are cold and wet. They receive little or no mental health services. I am deeply offended. I've lost my place. Sorry about that. They are disdained and ignored. I am deeply offended by this. I praise the people who see what is going on and want to do something about this. Fortunately, our local patrol people do care and want to work with us. Don Williams, our mayor, really gets the homelessness problem and is going to step up to the plate. We need a nightly shelter program during winter. We cannot do this now due to lack of volunteers. Hopefully, as the program evolves, we can do this. Thank you again for thinking of us and helping us in our endeavor. We have a great many of our citizens stepping up to the plate by showing up at night to help out. I am so proud of our organization and hope to continue to build it. And that's the end of that. So I just wanted to say thank you, and if anybody has boots, gloves, or sleeping bags that they can donate, that's where to do it, at Posh Wash. And
The address of that, David, do you know?
I don't know, although Ross might have it on his cell phone. It's right across the street from City Hall,
Right.
Next to that great restaurant.
Okay.
And that's about it. I haven't served on a board or commission here. If there's a good fitting board for me to serve on, I know you seek volunteers for that. Please let me know what would be a good fit.
City website, and there's plenty of need.
Will do. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Elton. Appreciate it so much. Thank you for all you did. I know that it meant a lot to those folks who got fed that night. All right. Joe Francis.
Well, this is perfect. My name is Joe Francis Kalk, and I live in Lincoln City. I'm also the volunteer coordinator for the warming shelter. And I wanted to say that up until about 10 minutes ago, we thought that it was going to be too warm for the warming shelter, but then NOAA just changed their predictions. So the warming shelter will be open on Wednesday and possibly Thursday and Friday. So I just wanted to tell people that.
Just the North Shelter.
Just the North Shelter. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for all you do in this matter. It's so necessary, and we don't want to soapbox this, but we need volunteers, and that's the lady to see right there. So if you can step up and help a little bit, even just an hour or so, it's definitely welcome. All right, Karen Scrutton.
Hi, I'm Karen Scrutton. I own A1 Beach Rentals and the Whistling Winds Motel. And Roger, thanks for what you said. I appreciate it. I've been working on this for a while, so I need to say it. I represent 22 homes in Lincoln City, mostly oceanfront. I like to micromanage each home. If there's garbage, parking, or noise problems, which seldom happens, I want to know and talk personally with Tim Novak or the neighbor. If there's damage from a guest or problems with cleaning, I want to talk with the cleaner or owner and make sure the guest is accountable. I've worked hard to be a respectful neighbor, whether there's a full-time resident or not. And most of the ocean fronts don't have full-time residents. These 22 homes rented 299 days in January 2015. Most of those January days booked were midweek. That's a time when it gets cold and dark early. There has to be an enthusiastic way to entice guests to come to the beach in January. One thing I do is send an email blast to guests who have stayed previously. I let them know about an incoming storm that will blast the beach, a great concert, comedy at the coast, or some other fun activity happening in the dead of winter. The guests are usually women's groups or retired couples coming to enjoy the ocean and each other. They're respectful and spread good-needed cheer and their money at that time of year. They do that by turning on the lights when many oceanfront homes are dark. They visit stores, restaurants, and shops, and some have come to the same house for several years, midweek, November to February. I want to know if I should start canceling those winter midweek bookings. I've heard 180 days. I was at the last city council meeting and heard the city manager answer Dick Anderson's questions. He explained that it was 90 days for new licensees, and then moving forward, that definition and enforcement applies to existing residential homes. Is that January 1? I received a letter with my transient tax form, third quarter. It says, city staff may request my guest register. No problem. I have that. But to confirm my compliance with the accessory use provision. I have a guest register, but I have no idea whether I should stop renting. I'm so worried that I'll get to June or July and it's going to be too late. I'll have burned the days rented on low winter midweek November to February. Most of Christmas week was spent emailing and speaking with homeowners who are so worried they will lose their home. A few of them requested I cancel all their winter bookings because they wanted to save their days for June to October. Sorry. I can't tell you how upsetting that has been, the not knowing where our lives will be in a year. The thought of calling guests who booked during winter and refunding is upsetting, time-consuming, and expensive. This year's license renewal says, for those of you who continue to build and maintain positive relationships with others in our neighborhoods and in the community, well done. I know I'm doing a great job. That letter tells me I'm doing a great job. I've asked a few guests who stayed during the winter to email you and tell you their personal stories about how they impact the neighborhood. I hope you got those. Can you please consider some quick relief on accessory enforcement? There is no mention of accessory use in my license renewal. Phew. I need to be responsible to owners and the winter guests, starting in a week, must know, I need to know whether I cancel their stay. Thanks.
Thank you, Karen.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
can we get clarification on that? To my understanding, we weren't asking anyone to cancel their reservations.
No, we have not been
It's a
asking
very
that.
draconian approach.
No, we have not been asking that, people to do that.
Did that answer your question, Karen? Yes?
Okay. I'll let that one sit. I'm sorry?
We have not been asking people to cancel reservations. The counselor asked us if we had been doing that, and I said, no, we have not been asking people to do that.
Okay, thank you. John? Oxenholt, I believe. I'm sorry. I see an O.
John Oxenholt, 2002 Northwest 36th Street, Lincoln City. evening. I think that there's been a lot of unnecessary angst around the issue of renewals, of vacation rentals, either unintentionally or intentionally as a result of some comments and questions at the last City Council meeting. I think beginning around 2 hours and 15 minutes into the session. And I myself was kind of, I like to think I'm a pretty rational, reasonable person, but I went through a little period of mild panic myself, saying, how can this be, renewing vacation rentals for 90 days? I did go ahead and spend some time talking to staff, talking to some of you, and what I'm hearing tonight is what I was told. And so for me, the angst has largely gone away surrounding that issue. And I don't pretend to speak for everyone in this room. I represent, our company is the largest vacation rental management company in the city. And so I speak on behalf of our 160 roughly owners and our employees, some of which are here today. If, in fact, what I'm hearing from the city manager, and by the way, I applaud him for sending out that email. I think that really took the temperature down. It allowed us to, the homeowners that were concerned, to kind of give them some reassurance that actually, no, we're not hearing that for renewals, that there's a 90-day imposition or a new interpretation. And so if that's, I guess I would just kind of ask if anybody sees that differently up there, maybe speak up. And if not, again, I haven't been part of the, I think it's a ballot initiative or something that's been done that I kind of think has maybe been a reaction to this fear. So I guess I'm just looking, to the rest of you that haven't spoken to see if you guys, would support, or if any of you are in support of a new interpretation for renewals. And if not, I guess I would suggest that perhaps, maybe the ballot initiative is also kind of maybe put on hold and give the process a little bit longer to see if we can come up with something that's lasting and into this long saga that's gone on for, I think, too long. So is there anybody up there, I guess I'll be a little more direct, is there anybody up there that would support a 90-day limitation for renewing vacation rentals, for vacation rental renewals?
Well, I'm not going to speak for individual council members, but this is really, like we said at the beginning, this is not the time where we're going to get into a discussion. That's for a public meeting at another time. But just in case someone doesn't say anything, that's why.
All right.
But we're always open for individual discussions.
But there's nothing, is it accurate to say there's nothing before the council?
There's nothing before the council in that matter today.
That helps. That helps.
Right,
So
right, no,
thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
for your time.
All right. And I know it's frustrating, but it's a business meeting. We got to kind of just keep it rolling. All right. Scratch it out. Mr. Hoover.
My name is Jim Hoover, 3150 East Devils Lake Road. I own property in Lincoln City. John, I really wish I'd gone before you, because I took the time to take advantage of the city's website, where they actually have a video with voice recordings of the meeting from last week. And I took the time to actually record on my iPhone the section that we're talking about that Mr. Chandler did a job of trying to dismiss, and several other people have made a thing. So I'd like to play the first comment, which is Mr. Chandler's response to Mr. Anderson regarding these new...
Our ordinance is still in effect right now, so that applications that come in will still be required to abide by our current ordinances. So even those who had large numbers on an application previously, that will be of question. As I understand, our practice has been is that those that say they applied 3 years ago, and they put down a number, that number has been carrying forward. And we went back to the original application. But again, most of our licenses don't have a number associated with them, and so they've still continued to fall under the definition, our current definition of accessory use, which is incidental and subordinate to the ordinance. And then because it's a renewed thing, January 1, it becomes a new falling under the 90. Right? I mean, it's always under the 90, but just for clarification. Well, okay, so it's important to make note that that we can't simply declare an ordinance policy change, okay, by simply saying this is what it is. So the definition of incidental and subordinate is important. That's what it is. Now, as I mentioned, as our new applications have been coming in, that is being interpreted to be 90 days. Okay? Now, as we go forward with any kind of enforcement on this, unless the ordinance is changed, it will be enforced based upon the definition of incidental and subordinate.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question. The number of days that a vacation rental is rented, it's defined. Is that a calendar year or any 12-month period?
I'm going to turn to our planner on that question.
I can see that the licenses are annual licenses, and they generally begin with the calendar year. The requirement is that the use be incidental and subordinate to the main use. So, for example, if you rent 296 days in a year, the question for the Planning Commission is 296 days incidental and subordinate. So that's how it would come. Under the law, you're required to comply with all the criteria in subsection B, and B2 is the accessory use limit, and if you violate any of the provisions in subsection B, your license is subject to revocation. Because accessory use is a discretionary standard, that would require a land use process.
I think the answer to your question is that it is tied to the license. The 12 months from the license period, from the license.
That calendar year is what we've been doing. Just for, I think maybe some clarification is needed on Commissioner Anderson's question. If someone has a license now, or permit with a number on it, whatever that number is, that's what gets applied. So if they got if it says 120 days on theirs, we're not setting it back to 90, it's whatever it was. It still applies. Looks like I just sowed some darkness.
What I'm wrestling with, again, is, the call to just enforce the ordinances. And, that's what we heard from the citizenry, that everything would be fine if we just enforce the ordinances. And so, I'm wondering again, we keep rolling forward.
Well, at the last 5 minutes, I'll be glad to play the balance of it, where our planning commissioner basically says that if an application comes in that doesn't have a number on it, 90 days will be applied. It was stated very clearly. It wasn't, well, we're going to kind of abide by whatever our present thing is. It was stated very clearly. It was also stated at the start of the meeting that it's very hard for businesses to operate not knowing what they can do. And if anybody on this commission can tell me that the 5 minutes of uhs and wells and ums and things like that is clearly defined for a business as to what they can do or what they can't do, I'll respect that you have a different opinion than me. But what I heard tonight was that, our present will be applied, but what it says on here is that 90 days will be applied to any application that doesn't have a number, and a majority of the applications do not have numbers.
All right, thanks, Jim. Appreciate it. Mr. Scutton. And just a reminder, folks, you do not need to give us your address. Just a name is fine. But if you do want to receive any follow-up, you will need to leave your address here or get it to the city recorder. Oh, that's $5 in the kitty right there. Turn them off, folks. All right.
James Scrutton. I live at 1457 Northwest 19th, and I'm a local now. My wife and I moved down here in May, bought a home. And I'm Gene Scrutton and Karen Scrutton's uncle, and I came down here to support them with their well-oiled machine of A1 beach rentals. And I've been in the background on this for the last 4 years. So I'm very aware of what's been going on and individuals that have been driving it. I've been instrumental, like I said, I've been in the background. Lars Larson's a good friend of mine. Had him involved about 1.5 years ago down here. He now owns a home down here. In fact, I spoke with him on Friday, bought a home here in the city. And, you know, this whole thing with the VRDs is just, it's beyond me. For 4 years, I've been talking to people in the Willamette Valley, tell them what's been going on down here. And I've never had anyone say, that's a great idea. They've all said, what are they thinking of? Lincoln City's a tourist destination. That's our economy, okay? Now, I'm a survivor of the 2008. I'm a retired builder. I survived 2008, but I'm retired. I did not go bankrupt. I've been through some downturns in the building trade. But basically, to get through 2008 and not shaft subcontractors, which a lot of builders did, we paid our bills. We sold pretty much all of our investments. Our retirement's pretty much gone, but we paid our guys. And a major lifestyle change, which has been fine. It's actually been good. And love moving down here. But now this is really hitting home with my wife and I, because if restrictions are put on these vacation rental properties, and I spoke with a lot, I emailed all you guys, so you know who I am. You put restrictions on these properties, it just doesn't make any sense. It's going to kill. I don't know why you guys can't see it, because any person on the street I talk to, or tourist, they see it. They go, why would they restrict that when the city was built on tourism? Don't they know what it's going to do to the economy? I've talked to shop owners here locally, people just work in the restaurants. They're all just, they don't understand it either, and they're worried. And if this goes through, and my nephew and his wife, who have worked extremely hard down here for 20 years, building their business, they own some properties here that are really a positive thing for the city. There are some of the older homes that are still here standing that reflect some history of the city. But if their business goes away, I go away. Not only did I survived a lot of downturns in my life, in the building industry. And but if this goes away, I go away. I mean, I'm going to be one of those people who are going to lose my home, okay? I have no retirement left, basically, and I'm 63 years old.
Stay near the mic, James.
I'm 63 years old. What am I going to do? And I see this all as an agenda. It's a brainchild of a person. It's an agenda, and it's just not fair. It's selfish, absolutely selfish, okay? And I want to see this city explode. I want to rejoice with this city, with its economy turning around. And our pastor challenged us on Sunday. He says, we need to bleed for our city, and we need to rejoice with our city. And I've bled with this city. I mean, I haven't even been a citizen until the last 6 months, but I've bled for it for 4 years. I've watched my nephew bleed for it, okay? And I want to rejoice. I want to get to a point where this whole issue can be resolved and everyone come away a winner. And that can be. I mean, that can be, and that's by not restricting our vacation rental properties. So that's all I got to say. I've not been up here before, and it literally was because I was afraid I'd get dragged out in handcuffs. So thanks for listening to me.
Well, you made it through. Good job, James. Thank you. All right. Oh, I am so sorry. Asnak? Raj? Did I get it right? Hey. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Ashok Raj,
Not
Asnak.
Oh, it's an H.
And I come from Portland, Oregon. We have been running in Lincoln City for quite a while, actually, and then we decided, okay, it's about time we probably should own one. And the good thing about going last is everybody said exactly what I wanted to say. And the first speaker very eloquently about, why this makes no sense. I work in software, and usually when we come up with solutions, we just ask, what problem are you first trying to solve? Because people have solutions, and they hunt for a problem. This specifically looks like they're creating a problem to solve, actually, and this just doesn't make any sense at all. Lincoln City is, as everybody said, it is built on vacation and tourism, and we don't want to create ghost towns in wintertime. And like when he responded saying, hey, we haven't asked people to cancel reservations, that's not the point. The point is that people want to save them for the more lucrative months of summertime. And if 90 days is all it is, people want to save the 90 days for summertime. So, the winter times will be a ghost town, and most of the small business owners here will really have a tough time. A lot of people like to rent it on winter times because rents are low. They do like to see the coast, when it rains and storms and everything like that, and I think we should keep Lincoln City that way. The same reason why we got drawn to Lincoln City, we don't want to be driven out of here either, actually. So we don't know what magic number, how the 90 days was arrived, and what problem they were really thinking that they were solving. It's not clear, actually, to us. We bought the home just in September. And as it is now, actually, we just see that we have to hold up every other rental for the winter time. Just for the summertime, actually, just because it's not going to be, it's not going to make sense. So we have to cancel. It's not that they're asking us to cancel, but we have to cancel to keep the more profitable months up, which means that we can't really visit during summertime because we would like to fill them up as much as we can. So that's it. We would like to see, this thing that doesn't make any sense actually go away as fast as it can be because it's wasting everybody's time, actually, literally. So. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming forward. Deanna Hinton.
Now I can see you. Good evening, Mayor and councilors. I'm Deanna Hinton. You all know me. I'm a planning commissioner. Live here in Lincoln City. I don't own any rental properties, so I'm changing the subject, if you don't mind.
Deanna, if I could ask you maybe pull that forward just a little bit. You're very soft-spoken.
I am.
It's
I
okay.
don't want to yell.
We have great microphones now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Tonight, you'll be considering your policy on the city council appointments to boards and commission and committees. And I'm just up here to say that I kind of don't think a lot of us would like to have public interviews. That's kind of a personal, uncomfortable, perhaps, situation for a lot of volunteers. That's a lot of boards and commission and committees that you all have to appoint people to. And I think that it would be something to consider that you may lose some volunteers just based on having to do public interviews. I had a very enjoyable interview, but it wasn't public and it was more intimate, and you can relax a little bit, and the counselors who do the interviews can actually get to know that person a little bit better, is what I'm thinking. And so I would suggest that. I also was concerned a little bit about the folks that, like myself, when my term is up and perhaps I want to apply again or want to renew my term as a planning commissioner, I And it says that if you don't serve a full term, that you would go through that full process again, the whole application and all of that process again. And I would just like to say you might want to think about considerations. I had my application in early enough for my term when it started, and because there were so many to fill, so many interviews to do, and so out of no fault of my own or anyone else's, my appointment was not made until March. And so then the letter that I received from the city saying that I was appointed said that it was not a full-term position, although I was moving into a full-term position. But anyway, I just want to say some people don't feel comfortable in a public setting to do interviews. It's a pretty personal situation, and I just wanted to say that.
So you would be in favor of I believe it's the second proposal where you could be interviewed by 2 council members, but separate consideration, so it wouldn't be considered a public meeting.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think you'll get a lot more out of the interviews.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deanna. Appreciate it. Lynn Baxter.
I'm Lynn Baxter, residing in Salem, 6586 Doral Drive, Southeast, and have owned a home here since 1998. I am a single mom with a disabled daughter, and if I were restricted to 90 days, that would immediately put me into a foreclosure status. I sought the advice of my attorney, and I'd like to read his comments. This is Dave Hilgeman of Salem. It says, please be advised that I represent Lynn Lois Baxter. Mrs. Baxter owns a VRD located at 1715 Northwest 39th Street in Lincoln City. I'm submitting this letter on Mrs. Baxter's behalf in opposition to the proposed amendments to regulations regarding VRDs, specifically the change limiting accessory use to 90 days. In my opinion, as a real estate and land use attorney practicing in this state for more than 40 years, the proposed VRD ordinances not only violate state and federal constitutional protections involving commerce and equal protection, they would also represent a regulatory taking, resulting in the city having to pay compensation to the affected landowners. Aside from my legal opinion, as a member of the consuming public that regularly utilizes both commercial lodging and VRDs in Lincoln City on a regular basis, I simply do not understand the economics of your decision. One of the fastest growing segments of the traveling public for lodging is represented by VRBO and similar housing alternatives throughout the United States and in foreign countries. To prevent the VRD owners in Lincoln City from competing in that market will result in a significant economic impact to your city. These VRD owners pay substantial taxes to the city for licensing and fees. One needs only to look online at the VRBO website at the number of listings for Lincoln City to realize what a substantial impact this would have. I respectfully encourage the mayor and the council to reject these proposed changes. David Hilgeman. And that's all.
Thank you, Lynn. Appreciate you coming here. Michael Fleck.
Michael Fleck, Lincoln City. I got a small business here my wife and I have owned for almost 8 years. I have helped out many people doing repairs. I see that the VRDs are part of my business. I do accumulate income from them. What I don't understand is when you can regulate a business that you're trying to restrict someone from 90 days or 180 days or, you know, it would be like saying, okay, we're not going to let any more dentists into this town because we don't need any more, or doctors, or lawyers. When you restrict a income or a business from having business, then you're discriminating against that type of stuff. And why do you want to take a thriving business that's not illegal and then deplete it down to where people may lose them? This town is a wonderful place for pretty much all it is vacation. You have the hospital, you got your schools, and the government. But, you know, most of you are probably either retired or have already made your monies through the years. The younger, or the ones that are just trying to invest right now or trying to survive through the depression, per se, and now you want to restrict it, and then it hurts me, it hurts electricians, painters, every kind of service industry. When the winter months come along and it is bad enough just having winter slow up, but you want to chop it down, per se, to 90 or whatever days you do, it would be just like saying, okay, I can't rent this anymore. You're going to, you can only go to the bathroom for 90 days, okay, in your house. From now on, you get to go to the motel for the rest of that year. You don't go to a dentist, and the dentist can only work for 90 days, and he has to shut his doors. You don't run your lives that way. You keep going as the time that you know, to run a business, you keep every day going. It's going to increase the insurance salesman, the motel people, because the VRD is going to fill up. Motel people are going to get the overrun. Or when there's more people, they'll want a VRD because they can house more people. But don't chop people's lives down. For what reason? We haven't heard a reason why you want to restrict this type of, it's a profitable industry. And in turn, it takes away, you know, it would improve the city, the income to the city, to the county. I mean, what does Newport think that when Lincoln City is changing things to reduce the, you know, they're not going to get the taxes. They're not going to get this other stuff. I'm a small businessman, and there's other small businessmen out there that are doing things legally. They got their licenses. They got everything they were supposed to be doing. And you're wanting to take it away. And it is personal. It's not, you know, like I'm talking for someone else. It's about me. It's about anybody else that's in the service industry. I feel sorry for these people because they're the ones that are going to get really hit. They're not going to have that money coming in or the time. And I don't understand where the thinking is coming from, or why do you feel, haven't heard anybody say, what is the reason you don't want VRDs to prosper? And in turn, everybody else is going to prosper.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate you coming forward. And our last sign-up, James, I'm so sorry, Nutella. All right.
Like to introduce
Well, hang on, just wait. We can't. You got to be right in front of that microphone, and otherwise, no one can hear you.
All right. I'd like to introduce myself as James Singatella. I am a traveler. I've come to Lincoln City on Thanksgiving, and I actually had a meeting with the city manager, and I'm just curious see who runs this town. I'm thinking about relocating to Oregon. You guys have some interesting laws here with the new marijuana laws that have passed. I know that's going to be a transition for you folks, and that's something that you guys need to consider being a tourist town. Also, you have a casino that is strangely curious to me, and I would like to ask some questions later on to someone once I'm through with my investigations. But I did want to just come and make my mark, let you guys know what it would be like from a traveler's perspective to be staying at the D Sands Motel, walk up to the Pier 101 restaurant, and see a sign that says no yuppie food. Now, I'm not here to judge or condemn or anything like that, but what if you were a yuppie, dressed in yuppie clothes, accidentally coming here, seeing a sign that says no yuppie food? I'm just curious about that. So take that as you may. Here I am. I'm going to be asking some questions, taking some pictures in town, doing my thing. I mean no harm, but I am going to ask a lot more questions. All right? Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Anyone who did not sign up who would like to speak? Seeing none, thank you all so much. We are moving on. All right, we are at special order. Oh, I'm sorry. Nope, go back to the resolutions. Resolution 2015-32, declaration of an emergency.
Mr. Mayor, Kathy is going to be giving you a revised copy of that. There's two provisions that we have taken out.
Hold on, I'm going to interrupt just one. Hey, guys, there's a lot of folks, and if you're going to have little conversations, can you just quietly head out and have them out there? Thank you so much. Just go ahead, Ron. Thank you.
There's two provisions that we changed in this resolution. Once you get those, I'll go through those with you really quick. Okay. We took out the item in the title where it states ratify, and then in the preliminary information, I believe it was item K, we took that out where it stated that here we are. This would be item number K. It said the city manager's declaration of emergency is temporary until the city council reviews and acts upon that declaration. That has been taken out. And then on item number, or line number 21, it states the city council ratifies the city manager's declaration. We took that out. Now, with just a little bit of background, on December 10th, our governor declared a state of emergency for several counties, including ours. The county has followed suit. This creates an opportunity where we can submit damage that we have also incurred because of the rain events into the state, and it's being collected through the county and ultimately to FEMA if the president declares a state of emergency. And he will get that request. It'll come through Governor Brown. So by you passing this resolution, it enforces what the staff's been putting together, and that we're sending information regarding the damage that we have incurred because of the flooding.
And will we be getting a detailed report of exactly what it is we're...
What we're adding to that. Lila, do you want to come up and give a report on that?
At this time, we have 3 different projects. I think I've sent you some pictures of those on South Schooner Creek Bridge, 54th Street that goes to our wastewater treatment plant. We've had some sliding there, and that continued even more through the rain. And then we also have a dip on Southeast 48th Street, And we also have a little bit of movement on High School Drive. So I reported those 3 projects. I put $1.2 million on the wastewater treatment plant road, because that's the only access that we have to our wastewater treatment plant. And it's a substantial slide. And then the other ones I got them up to, I think, $1.2 million for all 3 projects. I put $400,000 on the other 2. So those are the 3 that I reported. And so we have a geotech that came and took a look at those projects and our problems. And so we're waiting for a report back from them. We need to get them a little bit more information on the areas, and then they're going to give us a report.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Should something else come up, are we limited just to those 3 projects that you've identified?
We are. That's why I try and identify everything early and get it to them. And they base, really, it starts basing whether it will be declared as an emergency or not. I mean, giving them these projects, early on, that's what helps make that decision.
Okay, thank you.
One question I had on that, if I might, is, it seems silly, but I've been watching the construction on 101 there, going into Taft, and has this affected the speed of this, and will this project cost us more now because of the rain events?
They did run into quite a bit of water in the trenches, and so they've been having to deal with that. And so we have been looking at change orders back and forth with them. We met with them today, and so we're going to do a little bit more geotech reports, and this will actually be like a sonic, just to see what our soils are underneath the bridge.
Is that something that can be covered under this to help pay for that?
Yeah, it was still, that was engineering, which was in our, within our budget limit already. And there will be some changes, though. There will be some increased costs because of some of this dewatering that they're doing.
I think I'm following up with what Mr. Sprague says, is, kind of want what we can get in there now,
Right, right.
if we're limited.
And so they're going to continue, not this week, I think they're waiting for some of the groundwater to go down, and then they'll be starting next week. They'll be back.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I guess I'm confused because the resolution says emergency declaration will continue through January 21st. So are we not able to add additional projects if they so occur?
If they open that limit up, right now, it was December 7th through, I think, the 17th was the declaration. And so in that, that's what we're asking. So that's why we had you do this, that's why we did the resolution, because everyone is trying to ask for more time.
Okay.
But as they stated, it's a shorter period of time, so we're trying to ask for that extra time.
If it
And
might
so
occur, then, gotcha, thank you.
Right. And then there was some erosion along that bay section. It didn't have anything to do with our water line project, but it does, it's one of the reasons we're doing this water line project is because it was so close to that edge of the bluff between Bay House and the bridge. And so we were moving that pipe over. And so that was part of the reason, but the logs and the high tides and all the rain have damaged that roadway too. There's some sliding there. And I've reported that to ODOT, sent them pictures of it, and also 20 years ago, there was a slide there that they had repaired, and our water line was actually running right through that slide area. So it damaged our pipe, losing that piece of road. So I was concerned about that, and they're aware of it. ODOT's aware of it because that's their right of way.
And then we're getting inspections of possible slide areas, trees that might be coming down. Do we have a kind of a good feel for how stable we are now?
I really think it's these 3 projects. I don't think we'll probably find anything else if we're lucky.
And we don't have any obligation to maintain any access to the beach. I mean, I noticed like the bay is just completely clogged with logs on the sand itself, but we don't have any obligation to take care of that, or?
No, that would be state parks.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, thank you. So then, Mr. Norikis.
Lila, the three projects that we are including, Southeast 54th, High School Drive, and Southeast 48th?
Yes. And Southeast 48th is where we recently did a repair.
Yeah.
And so we've been patching it. We put some tack in there and tried to seal it back up. The road is split, and it's just the amount of water on those hillsides coming down.
So it's still a question of the water coming down from the hillside?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you.
Unfortunately.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? And then we need a motion to adopt the resolution, correct?
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion and second. Any further discussion? Anything, Mr. Ward? Discussion? Okay. Can I do this on a roll call, or I need just a voice vote? I'm not clear on these, Kathy. Let's do a roll call. Let's just call it good. Let's have a roll call.
Williams?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Norikis?
Yes.
Sprague?
Yes.
Walke?
Yes.
And Ward?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you very much. All right, good grief, this keeps changing on me. We are now, special order business, Cascade West Area Council on Transportation, appointment of council primary and alternative representatives, or alternate representatives. Okay, so is it someone presenting on this? Lila, were you going to say anything?
I
think that's Kathy.
that's something that I need to send in. We just need council to decide on who the primary and the alternate will be, so that I can complete the paperwork.
I know Mr.
Councilor
Ward has
Ryan
free
has
time.
asked not to be the primary representative anymore, so.
Got to rope them in here one of these days.
Did I hear that Mr. Ryan is
He's asked-
resigning?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was sometime last month, I believe. So that leaves Lila as the backup, but apparently, according to this, doesn't really want that job. And
Mr. Mayor, I've done this for last 4 years and would certainly step back in that role of lead role.
I think it's a great
Cascade
idea.
West. So
Can you give me an idea what the time commitment is on that?
the time of the meetings.
No,
Actually,
just the time commitment in general. Are you once a month? Or
yeah, they're once-a-month meetings in Albany.
Okay.
And then, roughly 5 to 7, a couple hours. And depending on projects that we do, working with Public Works, you kind of marshal the city's projects through the system, trying to get approval and funding.
Well, my wife's probably going to kill me, but I'd be willing to help out on that. I would be interested in learning from you on that.
As most people probably realize, our highways are state highways, and that's what brings people to Lincoln City. So
Absolutely.
it's behooves us to pay attention and be in the room when the money's doled out and forge relationships. Nell Scott Gap is a good example, and we were $5 million short on that project right up to the end, where other communities actually gave up their projects so that we could get ours done. And that's the kind of thing that happens when we forge positive relationships. So.
Yeah, and I can speak to that, too. It's, I forget the name of that one meeting that we attended at the community college concerning the East Devils Lake improvement, and you were there, and you had good relationships with everybody, and were able to speak very clearly as to our needs and to keep them moving forward in our interests. So well done on that, and I'd be interested in helping out on that. So, Kathy, you've got do we need a motion and all that?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess we're looking for a motion to accept appointment of Councilmember Anderson and Mayor Williams to the CWACT.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, all right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you.
Here, here.
All right, and we are moving right along. Good grief. Okay, committees, boards, and commission selection process policy.
Mr. Mayor, you have two options before you. This is a carry forward from our previous meeting. The first option moves the selection of the recommendation by the selection committee to the city council so that it follows after the reference checks and the background investigation is done. Under option one, it continues to be a selection committee, so all interviews would be done in public. The second option changes that so that you're not creating a committee, but instead you'll have two counselors that will be appointed. They may include one member from the respective committee to review the applications. They would be giving their recommendations to you individually and not as a committee, thereby allowing them to interview candidates privately instead of in public.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
That option two follows pretty closely to what we have done in the past. The only difference is that I see anyway, is that it's an individual recommendation. However, in the past, that's the way it has happened, because we had a committee of two, there was a discussion, and of course, the interview. And then, when it was decided that that was to be brought to the council, each of the two committee members made a recommendation separately, and then, or endorsed the appointment of that person. And I'm comfortable with that, a lot more so than a public open meeting, that type of thing. I think that this is too personal for that.
I agree. What Councilor Ryan and I have been doing with our budget position applications is very clearly telling folks at the beginning, while we're both in the same room talking to you, we will not be discussing this together, and we will be making separate recommendations. We're just in the same room for time consideration, and that seems to be just fine with everyone we've spoken to, and it worked really well for us, so I would agree. The only thing I think I would want to change to this is where it says the counselors, I would say maybe the appointed counselors, so we're defining it, that it is those two people.
Where's that?
Under policy on the second section, it's in the red. Everywhere where you've lined out two counselors or committee, it says the counselors, and I would just want to say the appointed counselors, just for clarity. And then I think too, I don't know if it was grammatically an issue, two city councilors shall be used when no, I guess that worked. There was one other one that kind of stuck out, and I was hoping Susan would have caught it. Oh, it was just simply line 4 interview process. We've struck out selection committee, but counselors. It says counselors advises the city recorder.
I thought so too, but it is crossed out.
I knew you were on it,
Yeah.
so I don't even bother reading these things anymore. I watched that
The
one.
line is hard to see, but it's there.
I read them. Okay. So I guess, do I get a motion for, does everyone just want the second one? And Chester?
Mr. Chandler, on the second option, has the appointment to a position been moved so it follows reference check and background?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I guess if you agree with the change that I asked for, to just put in the word appointed counsel, okay. Then I guess I'm looking for a motion. It seems we're in agreement on the second option. So
Mayor Williams?
Yes.
And Mr. Chandler, I may need to change just some wording to be more appropriate where it discusses background investigation. That may need to be changed to consumer and/or investigative consumer report. And there's, so I just wanted to let you know that.
Then can we still have a motion just with those changes, or do we have to have unanimous consent to change it and then bring it back?
You can have a motion to approve it as amended.
Okay. So,
Mr. Mayor?
yes, sir.
Yeah, I did want to address one issue with the background check, and I'm happy to vote on this, but I just didn't want to pass by the back.
No, please.
So we're going to have a background check. Do we have any criteria? I guess I'm asking Kathy. Do we have any criteria as to what are the disqualifiers?
Well, I think you've got here in background investigation 1C, you've got a listing. Is that what you're asking about?
Yeah, I didn't see that. 1C is that listed?
The type of conviction, number of convictions, type of crime, how recently a conviction occurred, what actions the candidate took following the convictions to prevent it from occurring again.
Yeah, I see that. But do we have a place that we set the bar? For example, a felony assault might be, but a misdemeanor assault may not be, or theft or harassment.
I can check on that. I wasn't involved in that part of it. The prior HR director had that criteria and was involved in it. I'd have to try to locate the information.
Yeah, because
I don't have it here. I don't know what the criteria was.
Yeah, because the EEOC has a mandate. You can't just say, no, you're not, you can't do it. You have to give them why, and that has to be consistent throughout all of the applicants.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
And the reason, not defending Kathy, HR previously always handles the background checks to eliminate who sees the stuff. As I recall, there was standards, and perhaps that's something the HR department could maybe share with us at some point. But I'm trying to remember how it followed when the city used background checks for employment for their own purposes for employees. But I know the major criteria was any kind of aggressive behavior. But I don't know the standards, but I'm sure HR could assist us in that endeavor.
And Mr. Apicello, not to open up a huge can of worms, we kind of had this discussion during the appointment versus election process as to, is there a difference between an interview for an employee and an interview for a position, a volunteer committee position, in the eyes of the law?
Well, I'm going to always recommend that we observe the more restrictive, and so I wouldn't recommend that we treat them differently. And, for example, the ban the box, checking the box indicating you've been convicted of a crime or not, I think that would probably fairly apply to appointments as well as employees. So I guess I'd want to sit down and find out exactly what HR has been doing relative to this.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because where are we at with that? That's still a proposed, or is that an actual, has been enacted, to ban the box?
That passed. It was
Okay.
in the league summary.
Okay, so
We got that, but
So as my understanding of it was that I couldn't ask them to check a box until I offered them a job, and then I could ask?
No, it has to do with the initial steps. So if you go past the initial steps, then it's okay to do. But I'm not sure what we're asking on our initial applications, which is where my concern is. I haven't seen the initial application we give people when they want to be on a committee.
Well, maybe that's something that we need to recommend to review.
Mr. Mayor?
Sir.
Within Kiwanis International, there's a strict program laid out for checking out certain positions for Kiwanis on an international and also a state level. It requires a background check. If anything negative comes up, the Kiwanis doesn't say, well, you can't do this or anything else. All they do is just give the applicant or the person the name, number, and et cetera, information to call that company and leave it in the hands of the company rather than the city being involved in saying yes, no, or anything else. It's strictly up to the company that does the background checks. And I think that would work well for us as well.
As I look at the applications, it's pretty straightforward: name, address, phone number, do you reside, where do you reside, your qualifications, but I don't see anything about any legal issues or criminal convictions or anything like that. We're just asking pretty generic information at the start, and then it goes to HR. Right. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor? Yeah. The background check company doesn't make the decision on the hireability of any applicant. It simply gives copies of the information that it generates and validates that information for the person if there's a question about any given record. But the hiring, who they hire is up to the employer. And also regarding background checks on volunteers, I think that the philosophy on that was that oftentimes volunteers end up to be employees, so that the process of backgrounding them has to be consistent with the rest of your employees. Does that strike you as correct?
Well, then, do we need to just direct Mr. Apicello just to review our applications, rather, just for clarity and legality? And
Mr. Mayor, I think if all of your discussions, if you turn those over to your HR director, she will work with Mr. Apicello and be able to take care of that.
Works for us. Okay. But then, to your question, Mr. Ward, are you proposing that we have a benchmark, or ask HR to put together benchmarks and present it?
I'm saying you're going to have a benchmark.
Okay. And do we have any kind of guidelines that they?
That's why you have HR people.
Well, I understand that, but I just, do they have those guidelines?
I would think that HR would put together guidelines and review them with me to see if they're legally defensible, and if that's your direction, that's what we'll do.
And I think I saw Colleen back there earlier today.
My guess is that our previous HR director has those, and we just need to dig them out of the files and then have Colleen look at those and work with Richard.
All right, and then, great, okay. Yes, please.
Under the interview process, it says the council...
First or second?
The second. Number 3 says it conducts the interviews. And then number 4, advise the city recorder and human resources director to move forward with the reference check. Didn't we say at the beginning of this discussion that we would decide who we would appoint before the background check was made?
This isn't the appointment. The appointment comes after the fact. This is letting the staff know who you want to have the background check on. So, for example, if you have 15 people that are interviewing, you may only want to have a background check on 1 or 2. And then after the background check, we would let the 2 appointed counselors know, and then they would make their recommendation to the city council.
Okay, so it would be the people who are making the interviews who would decide who would have the background check done?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That's satisfying? Okay, great. Any other discussion?
Just a point. The application indicates, I believe, that the people know that there will be a background check if they're considered for the position. And if we do background checks on everybody before the interviews, we're wasting money because we're not going to appoint everybody that's applied. So I think it's good that the background check takes place after the interviews.
Yeah, and just I want to make sure somewhere in here that nobody slips through the crack, that maybe Kathy, you're making sure that every person who did apply was either interviewed or didn't want to continue, but that we've got some kind of checklist that we've gotten everyone, someone didn't just fall away.
Yes, I did create that spreadsheet that all council members received, and I'm still receiving applications.
Okay.
So
Any more for budget?
There was one for budget, but I believe there's another one that's supposed to come in for budget.
Okay. Well, we're trying to wrap it up. We're down to 2 now out of 9. So, okay, great. Any other discussion?
Yeah, please, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Regarding, if I interview an applicant, myself and Mr. Anderson, Councilor Anderson interview an applicant, and we make our recommendations separately, I could call Kathy and say, Kathy, let's do the background check, and Councilor Anderson could call Kathy and say, Kathy, let's not do the background check.
No, not quite like that. It would be more along the lines is that if you wanted to call and say, do a background check on candidate A, and Councilor Anderson said, we want to do a background check on Councilor B. I don't think one negates the other. See what I'm saying? In other words, if you said, we want to do a background check on candidate 8, Councilor Anderson couldn't come in and say, no, you can't do that. If you ask that a background check be done, because that's who you want to recommend, it will be done. If the other counselor asks for a different person, then we would do a background check on that person as well.
Following that up, then, with the scenario that Chester just presented, so the background checks are okay on both Anderson's and Noriakis's. They're going to bring those 2 names forward and leave it up to the full council to decide yea or nay?
Yes. Yes, because you're not recommending, under the option 2, you're not recommending as a committee. You're recommending as individual counselors. So you could come to different conclusions based upon your interview process, so there could be 2 recommendations.
Right, and that's the downside that because we're going to try to avoid, and I hate to say this, but we're going to try to avoid a public hearing. So if we're going to do it together and discuss and make a single recommendation, then we are in a public meeting mode. And that's what we're trying to get around with doing the separate recommendations, and that's kind of the price we pay for that. Am I correct?
Well, there's no public meeting with just 2 counselors.
Well, we kind of discussed that at the last meeting and determined that we do have a public meeting. Yeah, subcommittee.
You're a subcommittee.
Yeah, we're
That's
subcommittee.
a public meeting with 2 counselors?
Yeah. So that was,
It's not a quorum.
But you're not meeting as a city council, you're meeting as a committee of the council, which means you're subject to the open meetings rules.
right. So that's just again, the price we pay for that, a little bit of leeway.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
No comment.
This is assuming that there was only one opening to be filled. At this point, we have multiple openings on almost every committee, so.
Right. Yeah, and it's, I can't speak for Councilor Ryan because we'd never discussed this, but we're at 9 applicants now. Apparently we have 2 more, so that's 11. So odds are we're going to differ on 1 or 2 of them, and we may end up having an extra person recommended because of it. But again, I think that's the price we pay for this.
And, Mr. Mayor, just to throw another wrench into it.
Don't.
Because remember, the individual counselors are only making a recommendation.
Exactly right.
We all will get the whole list of candidates for each position anyway.
Right. I just think the concern, and
Right. I like the
Mrs.
interview.
Sprague was saying, was the cost of another background.
Well, that's my point,
Right.
is there could be a third that the council chooses rather than one of the ones in Mr. Marcus's example.
Right.
But I think that's so far between, it's
Right.
just the possibility.
Okay. Any other discussion?
In addition to getting a list of the candidates, we're all going to have a list of the applications as well, true?
That's correct. Yeah, you got
So
the
that's
spreadsheet.
we'll be judging on the application, and we'll be judging on the recommendation, presumably.
That's correct.
So, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'm one of the interviewers, and so I come to the meeting and I say, I really approve of so-and-so. But the other person who was doing the interviews does the same thing. So are we making recommendations? Are we nominating? What are we doing when we finally get to that point?
Well, if I'm summarizing correctly, we are going to take the application, we are going to have our separate but together interviews. We will then make our recommendations to HR, who will then either go forward or not go forward, whether we both say yes or both say no, or one says yes and one says no. That's going to go trigger the background check. And then at that point, once that passes, it then comes to the council and with the recommendations. Those people are just going to come forward as if they were just recommended, but it doesn't matter if it was one or two at that point, correct? And then we will have our votes.
Yes, with one bit of clarification. There will be separate recommendations from each of the counselors that are interviewing. You will not give a joint recommendation, so each of you will give your own.
I understand that, but I'm just trying to figure out the process. After I say, okay, I like applicant A, Anderson says he likes applicant B. Now what?
Well, then we fight it out.
And the council decides.
Yeah, council decides, and you make your case for each one, and
Right. The key is you'd make your case. You're the ones that have done the interview, so you're more informed, unless a counselor might have some personal knowledge about an individual.
Right.
And would voice. So,
yeah.
I like the old version better.
Change is tough. But we have to dance our own rules and laws, so. Okay, any other discussion? Nope. Okay, so did we have a motion to adopt what we're calling the second? The second option, option 2? I didn't see it labeled as such, but.
Mr. Mayor, I'd move that we approve option 2 as amended.
All right.
I second it.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? Do I need a roll call on that? No. Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you very much. Good discussion. All right, we are at presentation, water and wastewater capital projects.
I heard that.
Time to stretch.
Mr. Mayor, just a comment about the presentation that we got with that. All those figures came sideways
Yes.
and impossible to read, and I'm wondering if in cases like that, if you could print those off and get those to us, rather than, I had this darn thing turned every which way, and it just wouldn't work.
I went through the same.
When you go to view, hit rotate 90 degrees and it'll rotate it. But it rotates every page. That's why I wasn't able to get it so that it,
It would just be so much easier if you could print that off and get it to us.
Okay, so I just did it. So, right there, view, click on that, rotate 90, it flips around.
You're going to need also enlarge it.
Well, yeah,
And enlarge it.
I don't want to throw them off any further than I.
Have you got a magnifying glass?
Well, then you'd have your button here to enlarge. We're going on 2016, Roger, come on now.
I just downloaded Windows 10, and I want to get rid of it.
We are not sponsored, nor do we endorse Windows 10. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Mayor and City Council, we wanted to use the remainder of the meeting to talk about some long-term planning as we look at our capital projects, as we look at financing, as we look at our debt. I wanted to emphasize going into this that the city is in good shape, but it's in good shape because there's been good planning. And we need to continue to carry that on with good planning and make sure we know the types of things that are coming up and the best ways to deal with these, with the revenues that are, or the money that's going to be needed to do these projects. The first part of this, we're going to talk a little bit about the city's debt. And then I'm going to turn the time over to our Public Works Director, and she's going to talk about the individual projects of which you have in your packet. We will tie those to some future funding sources so that you can see where we are at least thinking of the money where the money will come from. If you look on the sheet that you have that's called Debt Plus Interfund Loans, it's handwritten at the top of that. I will be summarizing that page. I've also asked Mr. Ron Tierney to be here to help because he, quite frankly, is an expert at this and has institutional knowledge that goes back to about Moses. So he has been a great help. Every great finance person has one quality, and that's that they can pull rabbits out of hats, and Ron certainly has been able to do that for the city for many years. The city, we're going to be talking about specifically about three funds initially. We'll talk about a fourth fund towards the end, but three funds that are currently carrying debt: the water fund, the sewer fund, and the urban renewal fund. The reason these become important is that as we look to the timing of capital projects, we started from the basis of how do we fund these projects with the least amount of impact to either our taxpayer or our ratepayers. And so the timing of the debt repayment becomes important in that process. So I'm going to just briefly discuss the water fund. Again, I'm summarizing the debt and interfund loans. There are 4 debts that are currently carried in the water fund. The outstanding balance as of June 30th, 2016, so I'm not including this fiscal year, is $4,445,317. The first of these debts is known as the Drift Creek debt. It has a balance of $821,002, and it has an annual payment of $433,198. The payoff of that is in 2018, so just 2 more payments and that will be paid off. The second debt is an interfund loan where we borrowed from another one of the city's funds, and it has a balance of $83,411, which is equivalent to the final payment that we will do in the fiscal year 2016-17. The third is known as Phase 1. It has a current balance of $3,260,000, an annual payment that ranges between $447,000 to $472,000, and the final payoff will be in the fiscal year 2024. And then finally, we have a land purchase debt of $280,904 is the outstanding amount, and its payoff is in fiscal year 2019. So to summarize, give one more summary of these. Our debt service in the water fund for fiscal year 2016 is $1,092,414. That's the principal interest payment for all 4 of these debts. In 2017, fiscal year 2017, that drops to $1,003,147. And then in fiscal year 2018, it drops to $552,188. And in fiscal year 2019, it drops to $464,994. Now, those numbers are significant because as Lila goes through the projects, the funding we are looking at is carrying the same amount of, or carrying the same debt payment from year to year. In other words, so in fiscal year 2018, incurring some debt that will allow us to go forward with some projects. Okay. Any questions on the debt for the water fund? Okay.
And the source of these payments are water rates, correct?
They are water rates.
Exclusively?
All 4 of these are water rates, yes.
Are there SDCs on Drift Creek?
I'm going to ask Mr. Tierney if he can help me with that. Are there SDCs on Drift Creek?
Right. We're using SDCs to prepay that debt, trying to get it sooner.
I'm going to need you to repeat that, Ron, or have Ron step in.
Right. The Drift Creek debt, which only has 2 more years to pay on it, it used to have 3 years. We prepaid 1 year using system development charges. And as more system development charges come in, we will try to reduce this 2017-18 by that amount, which allows us to get to the next borrowing sooner.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, on the sewer fund, The city also has 4 debts that are associated with that. The first debt is an interfund loan with well, first of all, the total outstanding debt for that fund is $17,047,530, and again, that does not include this year's payment. So that would be the amount that would be due beginning July 1st, 2016.
17 million, Mr. Chairman?
$17,047,530.
I'm looking at my sheet, and I don't see where's that located, that number?
I'm just using principal. Yeah.
That's why they're not seeing it, because this number has principal and interest.
Okay. What you're looking at, if you look on the second section down, where you see $20,428,000, that is principal and interest. The $17 million is just principal.
I'm not seeing that.
Me neither.
If you go to sewer, and it says total sewer, take it all the way to the right.
Okay.
That's $20,428,000.
Okay.
That's principal and interest.
Okay. Thank you.
And so the balances that I'm giving you are the principal balances. It's what our debt is. The interfund loan was issued in 2013. It has a balance of $609,750, and it is paid out of the sewer revenue. I might point out that as we go through these are general obligation debts, which means that the city is committed the full faith and credit of the city, but we are not, which means if we had to raise property taxes to pay those debt, we would have to. But we are not using property taxes to pay these debts. We are using other revenue sources, sewer revenues. Did I get that right? Uh-oh.
Sewer is the one we are doing property.
Did I get these back? Okay, why don't you explain that, because I must have them backwards.
Okay, the beginning one, the interfund loan, is just a loan from the sewer operating fund. It came from sewer SDCs, and it was for the Nell Scott, remember the $1 million we needed in Nell Scott for sewer relocation? So we borrowed money from our SDC fund. It's being repaid with sewer rates back to the SDC fund. The next 3 items are the $22 million that we had authorization to borrow. The majority of that was for the sewer treatment plant. It's broken into 3 pieces because the original amount we borrowed was $15 million. I have refinanced that $15 million, and it's now in 2 pieces. So you'll see it's the Series 2015, Series 2015 and Series 2013 are from the original $15 million. Series 2011 was the second installment of that, which was $7 million that we borrowed in 2011 to complete the sewer treatment plant. Okay. Those 3 outstanding bond issues are being paid with property tax, up to 85 cents per thousand, which isn't quite enough to make the payment on these 3 right now. So we are using some SDC money to compensate for that balance. And actually, if you want to go to, there's another spreadsheet that's called Sewer Debt Fund.
That would be the next spreadsheet.
At the very next page. Okay. This is how we're paying off those last 3 items that are on there. If you look at the very top line, it starts with a 1,555. That's $1,555,000,000 of taxable assessed value in the city. As of today, it's $1,608,000,000. And I multiply that 85 cents per thousand times that, and that's how I get down to the 1.350 that we levied this past year. Okay. It doesn't, if you come down just a little bit further, you see that I'm putting in $50,000 of SDC funds, because it needs just a little bit of boost to get to the actual payment. Now, if you go back to that top line again, that line is increasing by 3% a year. Our debt is relatively flat. The assessed value is going up. So when I multiplied 85 cents times that assessed value going up, I'm getting a bigger number. And after that 2019-20, we no longer use STCs in this particular fund to pay off the debt.
Right.
And I think it'll happen before that, because we did see the taxable assessed value turn around this last year. It was actually 3.40, where we've been kind of having a decrease. I think we've turned the corner, and I think that 3% is going to start going higher. So I think this is a conservative number. I just want to point out one other thing on this schedule. As you get to 2023-24, that rate drops to 83 cents per thousand. Mm-hmm. And then every year thereafter, it starts dropping rapidly. Because at that point in time, the assessed value has gotten to a point where it's producing more than what we need for the payment. So that number gets smaller and smaller as we get towards the end of the year. That's going to come in, when you start to see that rate go down like that, that comes into a point where when I start to finance our sewer projects, it may be a point in time where we bump up that property tax to pay for these new projects. But I'll talk about that later. I just want to point this out to you. It's something that is going to happen in the next 8 to 10 years. Okay, let's go back to the, so the debt service, back to the original question, the majority of the debt service for the sewer bonds is from property tax. Voter-approved general obligation bond property tax.
Right.
No, back to
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? And so the, as you'll see on these sheets, when you start looking again, when do funds start getting freed up? You will be looking at beginning in 2019-20. You'll start seeing those funds freeing up. And again, as we go into the sewer projects and look at how to phase in these projects, you'll see that will become important. Okay, any questions on sewer? Okay, finally, on the urban renewal debt fund, okay, the city has a total of $2,033,722 in debt for that fund. There are 2 final payments that are left on that, and it is our intent to prepay that final debt in fiscal year 2017. Okay? Okay. All right. With that, I'm going to, any questions on the debt?
I don't mean to, and if you don't have the numbers, that's okay too. Can you give us an estimate of what we save on prepayment? As far as
I can give you some exact numbers. With the first prepayment that we did on the sewer bonds, it was $1.2 million of future interest costs that we saved.
Fantastic.
We went from an average rate of 4.54% down to 2.44%. The second refunding was only $2.2 million. We saved $119,000, I believe. And both of those numbers are net of closing costs and whatever. That was the true savings. What I'm prepaying on that one water bond issue doesn't come to those kind of numbers. I made a $100,000 extra payment this year that we had budgeted for, and that's probably saved us $12,000. It's only got 2 years to run. But the important part of prepaying those is to get to that revenue stream sooner rather than later.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Ron, at what point do we get to a point where we're in trouble debt-wise? For instance, we got $27 million in city overall debt now. How does that stack up with, are we over, are we under, where are we on this?
I remember Chester asking this question about 3 years ago, and I think we had debt at that point in time of $45 million. So it's substantially down from that. The state law for general obligation debt, which we don't have any of. If you look in the middle of that page, there's nothing there. But you can do up to, and our charter also says this, up to 3% of real market value. Well, that would put us in about $50 million for general obligation. Sewer and water do not have any restrictions. They regard sewer and water as something you have to do. I think with all that we've accomplished and the amount of debt that we have, I think it's very low.
Good to hear that.
You're here.
But that's my opinion.
Okay, any other questions as it pertains to the debt? All right, we're going to turn the time now to Lila so that she can begin discussing these projects. Part of what we will do is to try to identify, if you look on the sheet, we'll start with water. If you look on the sheet that says Water Capital Improvement Plan fiscal years 2016 to 2026, it lists all of the projects that she's going to go through, which total just under $17 million, and it shows 3 different phases in which those would be completed. Does everybody have that? Okay. So as she goes through the projects, we'll also identify where those sit on the different financing phases.
Okay, so I'm going to start with the water capital projects, and they are in order of priority. So this first project is one you're familiar with.
Let me jump in really quick. The order of priorities are the priorities that we as a staff have put together. Ultimately, the priorities will come from you as you go through these.
And we put them in a priority of risk and, growth. So the Schooner Creek Bridge to Cutler City water main replacement, this is our first project that is under construction right now. It's 2,850 feet of existing water line, which is the 10-inch asbestos transite pipe. And we had quite a few breaks in this pipe, and this is the one that we were increasing the size for our future growth and having a redundant, reliable line besides the one on Schooner Creek. And this is the Taft Highway 101 fleet. That's the other section of 10-inch steel line that's being replaced with the C900 water pipe. And that's a 12-inch pipe that's being installed right now. So that's the cut down the center lane that everyone's probably seen.
And felt.
Well, just don't do any turns through that section, right? Okay, and then this project is out by the Faith Baptist Church in the East Devils Lake Road intersection project, and we're doing a water line replacement, and that's out, that went to bid, and so that'll be in construction soon. And then East Devils Lake Road, we sent you plans, I think, at the last meeting that showed you what they're doing at that intersection. We gave you a link to that. But our only part of that is this water line. And then it's in the ODOT. It was, ODOT's reimbursing us in full for that line. This is a utility relocation. The area that I talked about at the west end of this red is where we're having that road slide, but we have a section of pipe that wasn't replaced in that original project that needs to be moved out from under the wall there. So the wall's sitting on top of our 24-inch main.
And do you have a date, potential date for that, Lila?
Let me see where that one lands on our replacement.
What are you looking at?
The 48th place. We have that under this coming year at the 2016-17 budget. And then this is,
Just a minute. So those first four projects, okay, those are through the funds on hand. Of course, we're currently under construction with those. We have one for next year. These next ones are ones that we will be considering for the bonding of Phase 1, which would be in fiscal year 2018. Okay.
okay. This one is the pictures of our water treatment plant, and we need to replace the our pumps there with variable speed drive pumps. And so that's what that project is all about. It will actually help our system, because right now you ramp up the pumps at the water treatment plant, and it can cause damage to our water lines because of that pressure load on some of our pipes. And so this will allow the pumps to ramp up slower, and then they'll be able to we'll be able to control the pumps at the water plant instead of them just coming on full force. So it'll be a really good improvement. We actually have the Energy Trust looking at that right now. It'll be a large savings for our energy, because we're rated on how much energy you use all at one time. And so by doing this, we'll be able to change our rate of our power bill and the rate that they charge us for the water plant. So it comes under that cost of energy savings, and so we might be able to get this funded through the Energy Trust. Nice. So we're moving on that real quickly. We'll have that report shortly.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Lila, I noticed that after looking through that whole list of projects, it didn't include the thing that we looked at there at the sewer plant with that new process for doing away with the sludge stuff. Have you not considered that as a project?
No, that is in the list.
I didn't see it in the list.
When I go over the sewer, I can point it out for you.
Well, this is just the water we're talking about here.
Yeah, we're just talking about water right now. And then, let's see, it's not the septic receiving station. Okay, it's number 13. That's the solids handling program on the sewer list, number 13. If you see that, it's on the second page, page 2 of the sewer list.
Okay, I see it. Thank you.
Okay.
I missed that.
And then we also have a line that's, it's a 8-inch line, and it's on Southwest Beach, and we need to replace that line. The pipe It has broken in 3 different locations and caused some home damage and bluff damage there. And I'm not sure what kind of pipe I'm not sure where they received the pipe, and anyway, it's not our normal pipe, and it should just be a 6-inch line, and so we're going to replace that line. Okay. And then the Dee River Bridge project's actually, we're installing a valve there, and so we actually have the line that's on the bridge right now. It's a 10-inch steel line. We have that turned off at this time, and so we want to cut in valves on each side. We have the line kind of across it, but really it's going to be a tie-in near that kiosk at the Dee River State Park on this side and one on this side. And so we'll be using our 24-inch main that's under the creek in that location. And so that will enable us to do that. The description doesn't describe it quite that way, but.
So we have a line under the creek and we have a line hanging off the bridge.
Correct. Yeah. So our whole point here is getting these lines off those bridges because they're deteriorating from the salt air. The brackets aren't holding them well, and I don't think ODOT would allow us to put anything new on the bridges. So.
Right.
So, Lila, if the bridges failed, then the water line would fail as well?
Not right now because we have it tied off right now. We have it valved off.
Uh-huh.
And so we're actually not using that piece of pipe at the moment. And so that kind of takes us out of a risk level for the water because it's actually the 24-inch line's under the creek there. And we do have sewer lines on that bridge as well and on the Schooner Creek Bridge. So those are other projects trying to remove those off those bridges.
So if we had a seismic event, we'd have poop everywhere?
Yes.
All right.
Just like the big
All
rain.
right.
Just like the big rainstorm, so, sorry. Okay, and then this project was in our 2000 Water Master Plan, and it does quite a few things for us. It helps tie in to our North End projects as far as filling the reservoirs. And we did part of this project already from actually all the way over on Northwest Harbor, and we went up 13th Street and then over onto 14th Street and all the way to past the Spruce Woods and to 22nd Street where not quite to 22nd Street, it's actually 21st Street where our booster station is. And so this would go from that water booster station all the way to Holmes Road along by the hospital and in that road. And so it's an upgrade of an old 10-inch steel line to 12-inch. And so that's one of our future projects. Let's see. So, and then this one is on Southeast 51st Street, and it's a very old line that needs to be replaced. And so we're replacing approximately 1,000 feet of 14-inch steel line and going from that intersection at 48th back to, or from 47th to 48th. So then that line was installed in the 1950s, so it's susceptible to corrosion. We've had quite a few problems with that line, fixing it. And
Lila, if I may, on number 8, the Holmes Road 22nd line replacement, you mentioned that it's going to improve fire flow availability, especially to the hospital. Does the hospital have plenty of flow with our current arrangement? Do they complain about lack of water pressure?
No, they don't. But
Okay.
this would just ensure, better water source for them.
Okay.
And we have it kind of gauged for when and if they build a new hospital.
Good.
So building a new hospital would put a strain on it. And so
Uh-huh.
and so we pay attention to their plans and try and we'll have it done before a hospital's built.
Great, thank you.
Lila, excuse me, one more thing on the West Devils Lake Road. Is that going to be on the east side of of the road or the left side?
It's on the east side of the road now, so I imagine it'd probably be down the middle of the road.
Okay, the reason I was asking, because we know we talked about that bridge thing with urban renewal, extending the trail with a bridge over that slough area there.
Oh, yes, that's what we were talking about earlier tonight. That's a Public Works project.
Right.
And so we have the grant for the Scenic Byway grant.
Right.
And so it won't affect that. That's on the west side.
Good, that was my concern.
Yes.
Well, when they rebuild the hospital or build a new hospital, will there be STCs?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
To get my initial is.
That was close.
And
I bet there will be those other
So
ones.
system development charges. Okay. And let's see, this one is, this project is kind of a futuristic look of, we don't have enough water pressure at this water booster station.
Oh, man.
And so it's a primary booster station that serves several city blocks. And we'd like to relocate it to where either the 19th Street Reservoir is, or maybe in the future, if we decide not to rebuild the 19th Street Reservoir in that same location, it could be moved further south and serve more of Nelscott, plus it would serve the two apartment complexes that are on that street are on pumps because they're so close to that reservoir. And so what we'd really like to do in maybe future planning is, the first thing we were looking at was moving it near the reservoir, that booster station. And then we were looking at a larger picture of it through the Nelscott planning. And the Lincoln 44, if you remember that one on the east side of Baldy Creek and up on that hillside, they were trying to build up there. And the biggest stumbling block for building there will be water, because they would have to build a reservoir themselves. And so it might be a good partnership in the future. So we're not just stuck on this one area. We can actually look at some expansion. So that just gets a little more complicated, but.
And a water booster station, Lila, is that basically a pump that allows you to pump it to a greater elevation?
Yes, and it gives fire flow. That booster pump is mainly fire flow, but it doesn't help the apartment complexes where the location that it's at. So if we move it to where the reservoir is, it would serve that area plus it would serve the area that it's serving now even better, because there's issues with it. And it was built underground, and so it's difficult to work on, and it fails all the time, and it's not that old.
And what year is that projected to go?
That was, let's see, Southeast 4 pump station. So that, I'm still
That's
in
in
phase
phase
2,
two.
so we're still in 2018.
2018?
Okay, and then these are just two of our smaller water lines in the north end of town on Northeast 17th Street and Northeast 15th Street that are very old, need to be upgraded. And then this area, Northeast 29th and 29th Drive, is where the Lockshire sewer pump station is. And the sewer lines there and the water lines they weren't the best installation when they were put in, and they need to be replaced. And so I believe we probably have quite a few leaks in that basin as far as sewer and as far as probably leaking water pipes, because they're so old.
What does that mean, bad installation problems?
The developer that built that just didn't do that great of a job or use that great a pipe,
How long ago was that?
A long time ago. It's very old. And the storms...
10, 20, 30?
No, probably more like 40.
Oh, okay.
40 years. I mean,
Your
it's
note
old. It's old.
Your note says late 70s.
Yeah. So, and it also has stormwater problems. The storm drains go over the sidewalks there. So it's really creating a blighted area, both with the sewer and the water. And so we have one manhole that's underwater, sewer manhole underwater that we've sealed quite a few times that are back in that creek, and it has quite a few issues.
I might point out on the timing that this goes into the Phase 3 section, which is 2024.
And then we have, this one is also in the 2000 Water Master Plan, and it's a connection to Bell Court to give them better pressure. They have very poor pressure in that zone because they're so close to the Rhodes End Reservoir. And so it would be a line connecting, let me see where I am. So it'll connect a low-pressure zone in Northwest Belcourt and Northwest 50th Street to the pump station at the Rhodes End Reservoir, serving the area with better
Is there
pressure.
a desired pressure that you're looking for?
Well, our legal pressure is 20 pounds, but that's not very good pressure. So 60 is really good.
And
And 80 and 100 is almost too much.
Is that something that's just complaint generated then? If enough homeowners say, hey, I don't have it? I mean, how do we?
Yes, it's lower than we like to serve.
But we would offer testing to those people if they were to say, hey, I think I've got a problem, and we go.
Well,
out.
we can't fix the problem unless we do this project.
Right, but I'm just saying for future reference, how do people address that with the city to say?
They call us.
And then you would do?
Then we put it on our capital improvement list. And
Well, I guess I'm asking you, is there someone from the city who could go out to take a measurement of
yes,
their
we
actual
do that.
pressure
We do that
and
all the
determine,
time.
hey, yeah, there is a problem.
Any complaints like that. And there's quite a few areas in Rhodes End, and they put in individual pumps. You can put in a pump at your house if you don't like your pressure. And so we have quite a few people that do that just because they want better pressure. They live on a hill, and we're supplying what we're required to supply pressure-wise, but they want more pressure, so they put in a pump. And yes, those complaints and anything like that, comes to our attention. We look at it closely, get it on a capital improvement list.
Great, thank you.
Try
Do
and-
they hook that pump up to the water line?
Yes,
Lila?
in their house. Yeah.
And, okay, thank you.
Yep. It's similar to, the low-pressure sewer pump type situation. They're not that expensive, and quite a few people have those.
Doesn't require permitting or inspection or anything?
Usually your plumber does that, and so they take out their mechanical permit.
Okay.
Okay, and this one, this is a line that's undersized, and there's no fire protection here. This is over on Yacht Avenue, and so the fire line, it's approximately 1,400 feet of 4-inch water pipeline with 6-inch pipeline, and so we want to replace it with 6-inch pipeline and fire hydrants. Currently, this area has no hydrants due to the undersized pipeline. And so it's been on our list to replace it.
Yes, sir.
Lila, how do we differentiate between a capital investment fund and a maintenance fund? What makes that not maintenance and turns it into a capital investment?
Because it's a threshold of funding, and so it's an upgrade. And so I'm trying to think of the best way to explain it. If it's a large project, if we're replacing service lines in an area, we go in and do that with our maintenance funds. But if it becomes an actual replacement project, then it can be SDCs or capital.
It seems to me you don't want to start mixing in your maintenance with your
Correct. And we don't do that.
You're also looking at the time it takes to pay it off. If you're going to be going into significant debt where it's going to be crossing a number of years to pay it off, then it becomes a capital project. Maintenance are usually things that can be taken place in a short period of time.
Yeah, it just struck me as that, at least from my spot, that looks to be a pretty small project.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's probably around $60,000 to $70,000. That's what it costs. And this one is the Surf Reservoir up on 21st and Surf Avenue. And we've been looking at this, let's see. So, I'm just going to read this. The Surf Reservoir serves pressure zone 3, which is higher in elevation than zones 1 and 2, and include approximately 0.6 square miles. The reservoir is nearing its useful life, and recent inspections show the tank needs repairs. The tank was not built to current seismic or material standards, and the preferred option to address the obsolete tank issues is to serve Zone 3 by upgrading the booster station that fills the tank and using that station to serve Zone 3 directly and decommissioning the existing tank. And so that would mean we wouldn't have that storage in that location. So, when we're looking at replacing reservoirs, we could add that storage somewhere else. So if we were going to build, another really large reservoir, like I was talking about near Lincoln in Nelscott area, you could get up to the 4.25 million gallon size reservoir. And so that would still allow us our storage, but you wouldn't need that reservoir there anymore.
Right.
And so we're looking at that with a developer that's developing in that area too, so we might be able to locate our pump station in a good location that'll serve more area.
Mr. Anderson has a question.
When we have property like this that, has the appearance, there's a water tank, we may have to do something with it, but to me, I look at that as a future development opportunity or even current development opportunity. So are we set with water there? And obviously there aren't lines in, but nearby pressure, all the kind of things that are needed in order for a developer to move on it? If we're going to encourage development.
Right. Well, it depends on the height of the development. If it's so close to the height of that reservoir, then they essentially have to put in their own pump station.
I guess where you've identified this as a storage that needs to be replaced, are we taking into consideration, and I see this is way down the list, too, as far as if we did something regarding that earlier, that it would open up that area, if I'm not mistaken, that's zone multifamily, too.
Right.
Of which
You're correct.
is we need and want to encourage. So I guess, how do we look at a project where we have to do something with the storage, but, get it ready where, it's enticing the developer?
We can do, what we usually do, we can do like a preliminary engineering report and see exactly what it's going to entail. And there are other areas that I'm not sure if we'll be able to move this reservoir or use a pump to add the pressure to that zone. But it would be a larger pumping station is what we would end up building. And then add the reservoir storage somewhere else, and so it would actually serve that zone better.
Yeah.
And so we look at that. When people come in, we look at that big picture, so we don't just stop with this list of projects. We expand on it, like
Yeah.
I was talking about with the Lincoln 44 area and the TGM that they're working on right now for the Nelscott. Not to throw out acronyms, but
Yeah,
that Transportation Management Growth Plan.
Because I like the idea of, you're looking at what we have and whether it needs upgraded or stuff, but kind of expanding that thought to how do we serve that area better.
Right, and we always look at that, and we are actually looking at that with this one, so that's a good question.
Yes, please.
So how are the rest of our water reservoirs doing as far as enduring through a 9.0 seismic event?
Well, we built the brand-new 4.25 million gallon reservoir at Port Lane and Rhodes End. We replaced that reservoir that was not seismic and included a new pump station there, and so that actually fed Lincoln Palisades, Villages, and so that was kind of a win-win project with that development too, because we were upgrading our situation. And so 19th Reservoir is the one I was just talking about, that we'd like to possibly move it. And then when we build a new reservoir, it would take the place of that one. And it's not seismic, and it's next to apartments, Head Start, it's more stable than this reservoir. This reservoir is quite a bit older. I've had it repaired inside. We look at them. We have divers go in every other year, and analyze the sides and do epoxy repairs underwater. And then I had it painted a while back, but it's not in great condition. It's not seismic. The best thing you can do is build a new reservoir.
Are we required to do that?
We're not required unless we're building a new reservoir, but, if it became an unsafe situation, of course. And that's why we have them in the budget. I mean, you replace things before they become that hazardous. Okay, and again, this is our water treatment plant. We have a large generator there that needs to be replaced along with its transfer switch. And so that falls, like you were mentioning, under capital replacement. And then we've been trying to analyze and look at our water meters. About 20 years ago, we replaced every water meter in Lincoln City, and through a program. And it's time to look at those again. Also, if we were able to read our meters, I'm doing a cost analysis of the payback on that. It would replace the head with an automatic read, and so we could actually do a radio read and drive through town in 3 days and have all of our meters read just by driving by them. So we're looking at that program in the future. But I really need to bring that to you, the economy, whether that's economical solution for us or not. And this is Northeast, let's see, where did I go? Number 18. Okay, this is number 19. This got numbered incorrectly. This line is at the very end of Rhodes End, and it's a 2-inch line, and there's been quite a bit of development there, and it needs to be a 6-inch line. And this is kind of area where the houses there put the pumps in, because it's such a small line. And so it's time to replace that one. And then, let's see. This section is from the highway down. We did a repair. Actually, this line's a little bit too long, but we did a repair on the water line in this section, and that was one that was leaking quite heavily. That was one of our larger leaks that we repaired. And there's another section that's very deep there that needs to be repaired as well. I think when they built that intersection, they just filled in over our water line, because it was about 13 feet deep.
Wow.
And so that was our new meter reading, or leak detection equipment that found that leak. And so that has saved us in operation of our water plant, and also water loss, so they don't have to produce as much water.
So
So that's just a small project.
when you replace those lines, do you find that a 6-inch line, once you look inside, is actually a 4 or a 3-inch line?
Oh, certainly, depending on that, especially those old steel lines. And it's funny, there are certain areas where they look brand new. Like at the top of Spanish Head, we replaced that steel line pretty much all the way through town. These are our last two pieces that we're talking about in Taft. And the top of the hill, it was in perfect condition, looked like new. Down in front of Shuckers and 48th Street, it's more in the groundwater there, and it was just full of holes. So, yeah, this is really interesting. And then we have, we'll move on to wastewater. The last one, number 21, we didn't do a slide for that, and that's to comply with the Water Master Plan and water rights requirements. We need to add 2.5 million gallons of storage. So that kind of ties back to those reservoir upgrades, because you can do a larger reservoir and comply with that.
Again, as Lila begins to work on, to go through these, we'll be referencing also the sewer capital improvement plan fiscal years 2016 through 2030, which will give the timing of the funding on these projects.
Lila, how much longer do you think you've got on this?
I have 28 more projects in sewer.
You guys want to take a short break?
I'd like a short break.
Yeah, we're going to, if you don't mind,
Sure.
we've been here for about 2.5 hours, so if we can maybe take a 5 or 10 minute break?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Stretch your legs, get a water, use the restroom. We're all old.
Speak for yourself.
I need-
Well, you're older than me, Grandpa. Yeah. We started working out with Silky.
Oh, good for you. You're going to be like totally bust.
Oh my gosh, she loves seeing me suffer. you. Did we lose Susan? Nope, there she is. I want to go home.
For anybody that wants to know, Denver and Cincinnati are in overtime. It's tied.
Wow.
Wow.
Cincinnati. It's going to be a good year. Good playoffs this year. Are we live again?
29 projects to talk about.
Ready to reconvene?
We are ready to reconvene. Everyone's back. We are back in
Just
session.
a second, he's turning on the mics
Oh,
inside.
okay. I thought I heard myself.
Are we?
Ron, are we on?
Testing.
Testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Nope.
She just turned it on a little bit ago.
Let's see. We need to turn it on.
1, 2, 3. Hello, hello. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
There we go.
All right, we're good.
All right, we are back.
Okay.
Carry on. Thank you.
All right. On with the sewer capital improvement plan for fiscal years 2016 to 2030. The first three projects are underway. The West Devils Lake Road pump station in this picture was upgraded already, and it's running really well. And number 2 is the West Devils Lake Road sewer force main, and we called it that originally, but this is a section of that pressure line that goes on Jetty to Wacoma Pump Station, and that's the section that needs to be replaced, even though it's called West Devils Lake Road force main, because it essentially comes from that West Devils Lake and crosses the highway and ends up down at Wacoma. So it runs from the West Devils Lake Road pump station here all the way down the highway, crosses at 36th Street, and then goes down toward the beach on Jetty, and then down to the Wacoma pump station. And so that's what this line is. And so that one is out for bid, I believe, right now. And then the next one is the Rhodes End pump station, which is under design as right now. And so that one will be coming back to council for approval, construction award approval in the near future, in probably, I think, February. And then on to the Salicee new pump station, and that's a sanitary sewer pump station that will be required to be constructed to serve the villages and some outside areas of the villages. And so the pump station would go in where this circle is, and then the line you can see in red goes all the way to the Rhodes End South Pump Station, which was the one I talked about right before that. And that one needed upgrading to accommodate this project, but it also needed to be upgraded. And so this is another one that we're kind of tying into serving a larger area. And then we have Maryland Pump Station, which was just upgraded. And then we move on to...
Just jump in.
Yeah.
I know there was some question pertaining to priorities, specifically as it pertained to the Salicee pump station. Just wanted to touch base a little bit on process. Tonight, we're introducing this. If you do have any questions about the order of priority and everything else, tonight's a good night to bring that up. One of the things that, if you recall from last year's budget process, our capital projects were included with the budget committee's documentation to work through, but was not included in the final budget document. And it's a choice on whether or not you want to do that. One of the changes I would like to add into the budget is to add these capital plans into the final document of the budget as well.
The budget, of course, is a one-year document, but having this as a supplemental information gets it before you so that then you are also making the determination on what the priority is of these projects. So, for example, if you're looking at and you pick number 10, and you say that needs to be moved up, that needs to be eliminated, that needs to be moved somewhere else, then it's being taken care of through your discussion through the budget process, and it will be included in the capital plan of the budget. Okay. But again, I know there's been some questions, particularly with the sewer. Tonight would be a great time to bring those up so that as we go forward with them, we can, if we don't have answers tonight, we can answer them in the future, or you will have more opportunities to discuss this as we go through the budget process.
So, Mr. Mayor, regarding the South Sea project, so what areas are being proposed to be serviced by that?
It would be past Fernwood. So in the Villages project, it's only sewered to Fernwood. And so this pump station would serve that other side. And so it would serve, a large portion of
the 1,800 lots that we have there.
Right. That 1,000 feet of road that was put in, or the mile of road that was put in, up to Fernwood is where it's in the service ends, and that's kind of the hillside. So this would be from that point going down the other side and all along the cul-de-sac there and whatever other developments might happen within that. And then it also would help serve on Salasee, so outside of the Villages project, and a few lots that the city owns along that road as well.
So how long before projected that those lots are going to be ready for sewer?
Well, that's, I have no idea.
My concern is, of course, is that we build a new pump station, and I mean, I can't conceive that those would be available, within the next 5 or 10 years, and how things are on the coast if it just sits, and
it's
why do that?
That one is also a funding, because that was already put, it was in that funding package for the urban renewal. Updates that are doing 50th Street, and
that's a part that we need to just point out a little bit, both as timing and also its priority. As far as the timing on this project is going to be, it's proposed right now to be funded through the urban renewal payment, which means that the timing of it becomes critical. In order to take advantage of the tax increment financing, you can't have a time period in which there's no debt. You need, your tax increment is based upon the debt that you have. So when you look at this one, this isn't just simply looking at competing against other sewer projects. This is also competing against other urban renewal projects. So that as you go forward with this discussion and you look at the Salasee pump station, part of what you should be looking at is not just how the priority with other sewer projects, but also the priority with other projects in the urban renewal plan as well.
So urban renewal could go ahead and, if we didn't do the Salasee pump station, which is $1 million roughly, can't urban renewal find another home for that $1 million?
Sure. The urban renewal has a list of projects as well, and so this discussion needs to bring those projects into it so you know what the competing projects for the funding are.
The process of doing that is?
We will we'll either be doing that as part of the budget, or we'll plan for another meeting like this to go through just the urban renewal capital projects as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
That was it. I was wondering where the process, so that we could get this on the table. But I would agree with Mr. Ward that this is one that we ought to talk about as far as timing, and maybe substituting a different urban renewal project.
And we haven't moved too far forward with that. All we've done is a little bit of surveying to survey 4 of the lots that the city owns and decide which lot the pump station would need to be placed at. So that was the only thing that we've spent on this so far. And let's see, where am I? Oh, okay, so Maryland Pump Station is completed. That was the one over on the lake that was such a small deteriorating pump station, and now it has more backup. It has a generator, so it's one less generator we're pulling out during a storm, and the safety of it not spilling in the lake. And then this is the Regatta Pump Station, and that one you approved for construction recently, and so it's underway for that upgrade. And that one, we were replacing pumps and new controls, and we're upgrading, and we'll utilize the existing wet well on that one. So it was a smaller upgrade for that station. And that one also tied into, the Voyage project. We upgraded it to accommodate, full build out of that sewer basin. And this is a Voyage pump station. We'll be putting that out to bid shortly. And that's up in the Lincoln Palisades area. It's a very old pump station. And then this one is another small pump station. This is the Holmes Road pump station right down here. And so it's a real small pump station that serves this area. And then we have, this is the septic receiving station at the wastewater treatment plant. And it's out of commission right at the moment. We're trying to get some parts for it, but it needs to be redone in the future. So it's out there a little ways, but it needs a total revamp.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
When the station is out of commission, does that mean that the haulers have to go to Newport?
Correct, Newport or Tillamook. So it's a big inconvenience.
And how long will this be down? Any idea?
Joe's working on it right now, so I said a month, and that was probably a week ago. So
Right.
we have parts on order, and then he has to take it apart and put it back together again.
Thank you.
Okay, and again, down on Northeast 29th Street and 29th Drive, this is the sewer line replacement, similar to the water line replacement. And I know this is a leaky system. We've done the smoke testing in that area and have sent letters and had people, repair their laterals and make sure that things aren't hooked up to the drains aren't hooked into the sewer line. But this is really just a leaky area, and our Lockshire pump station, even though it's new, we've had a few issues with it. It's it's just a leaky station. It makes the station run longer, and so we're looking at that. And then this is a big one. This is the sewer line that we need to. We're proposing to build a parallel line to our 24-inch line that goes under the creek, and this is our only line to the sewer plant. So all of the sewage in the whole city, except for, even Cutler City, goes through this line. And we used to have 3 lines here. One of the redundant lines was taken out of commission. It failed. And then we had another small line from that southeast jetty pump station that ran across the creek, and that one's out of commission. So we have everything going through the 24. We have no way to clean it or inspect it, to know exactly what condition it's in. And so this is a safety factor, and to allow us to clean out that line and make sure that, it doesn't back up the rest of our system. So it's a critical project. But it's also really large. It's a large endeavor. Okay, and number 12, let's see. Looks like my numbering is off just a little bit. So 13 is the solids handling program. That's what, we circled the sludge lagoons because that's what we're trying to remove and find a different way to process our sludge, our biosolids from the plant. And so that would be through the drying process, and our consultants are coming up with their report shortly, and we'll be able to share that with you, see what the results are.
Project you talked about earlier, Ron, a few weeks back, right? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, please.
Are we going to have a marketing plan for that fertilizer?
You mean a marketing plan for?
Little pellets that it makes that are...
Yeah, it depends on if we go that direction or not. Because we're looking at the, it's an aerobic plant, we're looking at the anaerobic digestion, which wouldn't necessarily create that product, but it would actually create power. And so we might be able to run our plant on half the power generated from that proposal, and that's the one that you didn't see samples out at the plant of that particular one. So they're weighing that design against the dryers and the dewatering systems that some of you saw.
The consultants that we're using are performing that analysis, which would include how do you dispose of whatever the product is, if there is a market for it versus taking it to the landfill versus using it to create energy.
So are we thinking that we're not going to take it to landfills anymore?
Well,
if we
that still might be the most economical way to do it. So that's what their report is, analyzing all of the options for us to take a look at.
The capitalist in me wants us to make money. I want to see if we can create something that would be desirable from other municipalities, and they would love to spend their money here with us, and we could make some money on it.
That means you have to make it bigger?
Oh, just a thought.
Certainly, yeah. We're looking at every angle.
There's money in
every
fills.
angle you can possibly think of. We're looking.
Yeah.
So we'll get that report to you, and then if you certainly everybody can comment on it.
Right.
And let's see, where is this one? This is the pump station that's on in Miyatsu, and so there's a line that goes under the lake over to the West Devils Lake Road pump station from this location, and it serves the new tribal housing that was built, and also a couple of cul-de-sacs on Northeast 40th over there in Miyatsu, and a few other houses, and it needs to be upgraded and expanded as well, so as far as its capacity. And then we have the Esther Lee pump stations. Those have been on our plans for quite some time, and we keep just doing some maintenance on them, and so those are two that we need to upgrade. And then we have an older station on Southeast Spyglass Ridge that doesn't have a generator, and so we're looking at, it's a package station located over a concrete tile. It was built in 1978, when the pumps and controls are located in a fiberglass enclosure over the wet well, and it has a multi-trode that was installed in '06, and so it just needs a larger wet well and few other things there at that station. And then a big one is our Holmes Road pump station needs to be upgraded. We're working on a couple of pumps this year, and that one is in, what phase are we in on that one?
Phase 2.
Phase 2. And so this is one of our larger pump stations. And during that storm, we had to draw down that wet well so we wouldn't spill in the lake, and so it cost us quite a bit to do that during the storm.
In overtime?
Well, we had overtime, our Vector time, and a contract Vector to help us.
I think the only word I understand in there is impellers.
Mm-hmm.
What is a metal can package station dry well?
Which one are you looking
The
at?
Holmes Road Pump Station. It
The
says
Holmes
this
Road
is a
Pump
metal
Station?
can package station dry well with a concrete tile for a wet well. And I don't understand any of that.
Oh, okay. That is, on quite a few of these older stations, they were just put in as, they come almost like in a package, and so they're put together, and you just, the wet well is the holding part of that pump station. And so the wet well capacity isn't big enough for that, for what's going on in that area, and so we need to enlarge that.
And a bubbler system? It says a
Yeah.
generator controls in a brick building, blah, 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 replacing the
Yeah,
bubbler
the-
system. What's a bubbler system?
Well, it measures the wet well, and so when you have a multi-trode, it has a better control and output, and so a bubbler system, I think I'm correct on this. Anyway, it's part of the controls of the pump station.
All right, and is that something we don't want anymore?
Right. We want to replace it with an upgraded multi-trode is the new name for bubbler, I guess.
Okay.
So.
All right.
Thank you. And then, of course, the impellers are they're having problems. The lag pump, the single pump just doesn't keep up. It's just really becoming an age station. And then this is one of our smaller stations up on 48th and Beach Southwest. And it was built in 1961, and we've done quite a bit of repair to that. The new multi-trode controller was installed in March 2009. Building was repainted in '08. Has confined space issues. It has a backup control system is required to achieve the EPA class reliability. And so this is just like our pump station replacement program. We need to do one of these a year or more, since we have so many of them. And then the Rhodes End North Pump Station. This station was owned by the Rhodes End Sanitary District. It was built in '78. It's a cinder block building sided with cedar shingles. I'll move on to that one. On Northeast 64th Street. The building has a separate rooms that are used by, they still actually have some meetings in there. And so we've gone to them over the years and told them what needed to be upgraded, and then their engineers took a look at that and made those upgrades. So, and again, it needs a new transfer switch, a new multi-trode controller, and the design right now is considered an explosion hazard under the present code. It wasn't before, but now it is, and so every one of these that we're remodeling or redoing, we take away that risk factor. And essentially, it's like the controls are right over that wet well. And so we're moving the controls away from the wet well. And Shiloh pumps, we try and call it, we don't call that Shiloh Pump Station anymore. We actually call it Northwest 40th Place Pump Station, trying not to put a name with it.
Will that be changed come budget time, so we'll be referring to the same things?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, I'll change all that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
How many pumps does an average city our size have?
Well, we have 31 pump stations, including our storm, not including our water booster stations. So, and it's approximately 2 pumps a station. And then the big stations like 3rd Street and Nelscott, there are 3 large pumps in those stations. So it's a lot of pumps.
So how
And
many?
I've standardized those over the years to, trying to use the same specifications. So we have pumps that are interchangeable, and we don't have a shop full of every type of pump you can imagine on the shelf.
So the average city our size would have how many pumps?
Well, they would have Salem, I think, has like 4 pump stations.
It's-
And, yes, we have many more pump stations because of our terrain than any city that I know of.
The terrain is the key factor. If you're in a,
Newport has less than us, so if you're on the flatland, you don't have to pump up over hills everywhere, so, yeah, we're very unique. Our 7 miles long city is many pump stations.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Talking about pump stations, though, it feels like we're, and rightfully, upgrading our existing pump stations, putting in new pump stations where we have growth or potential growth. But because of the size and technology and all this stuff, one would wonder, or at least I do, are we ever able to consolidate a couple because of the pumpage capacity or whatever the right terms are? Or were these engineered so finely, but looking at the dates of them, I'm not sure they had engineering degrees back then. So it just raises the question, when do we, or is there an opportunity to eliminate some of these and consolidate?
That would be nice, but they're...
Well, do we look at that, I guess, is the real question.
Well, I guess one way we're looking at that is doing these low-pressure pumps at individual houses, because those, the pump stations that would have had to go in for that LID, that pump station would have been $1 million.
Right.
So every pump station's $1 million, and so that's one way we're looking at it. And then those lines also don't allow I&I, which makes, all the other pump stations as this goes down the line. So we're working on I&I, but the...
Could you tell me what that means?
Infiltration, inflow, stormwater getting into our sewer system, and then we have to treat it. And so our groundwater leaking into our pipes. And so we have a very active program going on right now to eliminate that. We've budgeted $80,000 this year to line laterals, and so we look for our worst areas and smoke test and investigate and come up with ways to try and eliminate that, like the line I mentioned on Northeast 29th that was under the water, just making sure any of those that are in a swampy area are sealed correctly and not allowing water into the system. And it's harder, those are a little harder to detect than, buying really good leak detection equipment like we did for water. It's a different leaking, and so you can't hear it. You can smoke test and try and see where it comes out of the ground or out of roofs, meaning that people have their roof drains connected to the sewer lines. And so, and we notify them.
Lila, what is the source of the grease problem for that station?
For that station, it's the, probably the grocery stores, the restaurants, and so there's plenty of grease at that station. And we talk to all of those folks. We, show them pictures and let them know that they're allowing grease into our system, and they need to work on their grease traps and clean them properly. And
does the grocery store have a grease trap?
well, we actually passed an ordinance back, I think, in '08 on the grease traps. Some of you remember that.
I do.
From the restaurant side of the world. And so we don't allow to have the garbage disposals anymore, because like the big grocery stores, they have all their vegetable garbage, and they would put it through a grinder, and it would go into our system. And so we don't allow that anymore. So that was part of that ordinance.
Huh.
Well, I think, too, we were going to have a discussion at some point about the influx from apartments, too, and schools and the like, so in future,
Yeah, and we give
control
out
that.
pamphlets. I have pamphlets in English and Spanish that are given out to motels, or not motels, but the apartment complexes. And it's an ongoing problem.
Yes.
Well, one of the systems that we're considering on the sewage treatment doesn't it, grease doesn't hurt it, is that correct?
Right, you actually feed it, so you would take, you'd actually want that disposal, possibly brought to the plant, so it's an interesting program.
And that's the anaerobic process?
Yeah, which actually creates energy, it uses the grease.
But
But
the
we'd rather
grease-
still not have the grease in our pump stations, we'd rather have it, if you're going to start doing a rendering or you need that type of product to make it work correctly, people actually deliver it to you.
Right.
But the grease has to get to the sewer treatment plant, and if you've got a plugged-up sewer line somewhere in the system, it doesn't get there. I've seen some of those water pipes. I saw the films on them, and there may be just a little hole in a big pipe where the water and the waste can go through, and they were just totally clogged.
But now, because we have the camera, we can get in and clean those and then assess the owners, right? Or at least start talking to them about.
We can't clean the lateral part of it, but we clean our lines and we clean our pump stations, which become like big grease traps. Okay. Let's see. Oh, and then we have a project so this is back at our Schooner Creek Bridge, and this would be a sewer line, getting the sewer line that's in our future projects off of the bridge, off of the Schooner Creek Bridge as well, and boring that under the creek. And that one's out there a ways, which is what we're doing with the water line, but. And then we have Waukoma Pump Station. We have some structural upgrades to do in that station. That's our third largest station. Our first large station is 3rd Street, then Nelscott, and Waukoma. Those are our three big ones that we, about 15 years ago, we did major overhauls on those stations. And then we have 3rd Street Pump Station and Nelscott Pump Station improvements. And then this is a line, so the line going under the creek I was talking about for the sewer plant would have been right here, and so this is on 48th Street, and this is looking at replacing the force main. We've had a lot of issues on this force main in front of the elementary school, and so we've cleaned it. I think I showed you all pictures of what that line looks like inside. And so that's way into the future on this, but it will become an issue.
What are you calling that project? That one is which one?
Well, it's from the Nelscott Pump Station at 35th, and it comes up the highway, and so that one is called number 26, Nelscott Force Main.
Okay.
We're
gotcha.
calling that one the Nelscott Force Main. So we're almost done with mine.
Nope.
And then sewering in the city limits. These are all the unsewered areas in the city. And so we put this in here as just a large project to try and sewer all those areas, and most of those would be either Southeast Door would down here, and by Mark's right here. This area wouldn't be a pump area, but all the rest of these would be pumps, the small, low-pressure sewer pumps and lines. And then, of course, sewering around the lake is on there as well. And so that's the low-pressure system that you've seen the reports on that one. So that concludes all of those projects.
We have one more big project that we do not want to pass up on, and I'm going to turn that over to Ron Tierney to talk about a police station.
Just a quick question, and this may just be rhetorical, so don't feel like you have to answer it. But looking at all those projects, I keep seeing words pop up like under capacity or it wasn't constructed properly. And I'm curious, what will the Public Works Director in 20 years say about what we're doing? Do we
Great
think about
things.
that?
Absolutely
I
great
understand.
things.
I know, we're not making any mistakes. But I just want to make sure we're using the very best of everything. I know, because we always go low bid, but I want to make sure that we're using the best, that we're, thinking with an eye towards the future.
We use APWA specifications, and so, back in the old days, they probably didn't have as good of specifications or the pipe that we have now. And so all of this C900 water pipe we're putting in, it should have a lifespan of 50 to more years than that.
Okay, and then how does automation figure into any of this? I mean, are we able to centrally manage most of our water and sewer, so at least we know when something's leaking or breaking down?
Yes.
We have that technology, and
Yeah,
are we using it?
And we use that to create these capital improvement plans and projects.
But as you do look, I mean, that's something that's constantly under reevaluation. As you look down the years, there may be an innovation that comes 5, 10, 20 years down the road that we can't even imagine at this point. And so all of that is consistently having to be reevaluated.
And that's exactly why we, in the 2004 sewer master plan for the plant upgrade, we didn't jump toward doing that dryer at that time because the technology changes and improves, and especially something as mechanical as that, and the innovations in that type of industry change.
And the materials, and
materials
and questions too about accessibility. Are we making sure that, we're keeping track of what we're putting down so we don't build walls on top of it? And
certainly, yeah, we're doing a better job of as-builts and.
Okay, cool.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I guess, could you share with us, or sometime, maybe not tonight, but I'm interested in how these get set with priority. And I'm real careful, because I'm glad you do it and, we don't. But I guess I want to make sure that at some point we can weigh in, and if I can, because we've just come off, heavy rains and pump spills and stuff. And I noticed, that's why I asked the Neil Scott Force Main project. We know that sewer line is semi-plugged from grease and stuff. And it's way over here, 26. And it causes or helps impact the Neil Scott pump station overflowing and, all that. And so citizens get excited, as they should. And so, if we were politicians, that'd be right up to get the citizens from stop calling. So I want to make sure that we're not reacting to, that there's other criteria and what that is. And I'll throw in there, not that I wasn't surprised, but sewering the lake, at the last of the list. And yet, we talk a lot about it, but as long as it stays at the last of the list, nothing's going to happen in our lifetime. How do we influence? So, Mr. Chandler, I really think this is, and Mayor, when do we weigh in and try to influence, and I mean that, negotiate, don't demand, because you certainly have the technical knowledge of knowing why one over another. But help me understand how we get to some of these and perhaps move up.
First of all, we'll provide you with the criteria on how they got prioritized so that you'll have that. In my experience, it has been during the budget process when that give and take and that negotiation happens. As I mentioned, I think one of the important things to have in your budget is an approved at least 5-year capital plan. And if you can go out farther than that's even better. And that's something that the council ultimately approves with the budget, or the budget committee, and then the council would ultimately approve with the budget. And so it's in that process, my experience has been in that process when that gets approved.
Okay.
And I might say that the scenario that you gave where a lot of complaints, okay, that's an important factor in considering where something is on the budget. It may be because that you have recognized the need that needs to be a higher priority than what the staff has, that it simply gets bumped up. And that's okay. That's part of the process. That's part of setting the priorities for the city.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just comment a second? On that, look at this list, this thing here.
The sewer one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at that. And you got Phase 1 bonds, Phase 2 bonds, Phase 3 bonds. Okay. Those are the three columns that the city is going to have to eventually find money for to replace. But that last column, just because sewering the lake and sewering inside the city happens to be the last two items on the list, it's because they're LIDs or reimbursement districts. They could happen tomorrow.
Okay, good point.
Okay, because that's not going to be probably not a city-funded project. May be instigated by the city, but it's going to be done through the LID process or the reimbursement process.
Okay. And we have those mechanisms in place now.
So when I was setting up how these things fall into categories is I can probably borrow this much money in this year, and here's the most important projects, and I kept kind of going, but I knew that those weren't projects that I was going to have to finance. You know, that's going to be done by some consortium or some partnership of the county, the water district, the city, or whatever, but it's not out there for the taxpayer or the ratepayer to be paying for. So that's the reason it's over there.
Good. Okay, thank you.
I might add one other thing on this, is that you don't have to wait if there are things that you feel need to be added. For example, if you are aware of some things that have come up in your discussions, in your visits with people that you say, we need to take a look at this, the sooner you get that information to the city or the staff, the better it is, because then we can start putting together running the numbers and how it actually will take place. So, it doesn't have to wait until a certain time as you have the ideas and how you would like to proceed, individually or collectively. If you get that information to us, then we can begin to put together all of the information, both financially and engineering-wise.
And probably another thing is, these capital improvement plans, we waited 10 years to put this together. That's way too long. It needs to be reviewed every 3 to 5 years. Okay, and I guarantee you, if you review this in 3 years, your priorities will change from what I've put down there today. You'll have new projects. You'll have another rainstorm that's going to create a new project. It's a very flowing, dynamic product. It needs to be looked at. But I guarantee you it's going to change.
And I might add, I wouldn't wait 3 years. I think you do it as part of the annual budget. Yes, please.
I know that we used to have a big problem with loss of water because of old pipes and leakage. What's our water loss at this point?
We're at approximately 15 to 20% right now.
Okay. And what's the ideal? What's our goal?
10?
10. Okay.
I don't think anyone gets really better than 10.
Right. Right.
But what were we maybe a year ago?
30,
Yeah.
32, a couple years ago. So in the last 3 years, 4 years, we've fixed quite a few leaks, really large leaks.
You need to look at I&I is the equivalent to water leaks. I&I goes into the pipes. But you you could pump stormwater for 3 or 4 pump stations to the plant, treat it at the plant, but it didn't have to be in the system to begin with. But we got old pipes. Okay, and they're starting a process. Something we've never really talked about is the stormwater master plan, which needs to come, I don't know when. But there's ways to treat stormwater through wetlands, through technology I don't know anything about. But what we really have to work on is getting this I&I out of the sewer system. It's just wear and tear, and it costs money to treat rainwater.
Who could we count on to bring that up to us again?
Me.
All right.
Yeah, we're doing quite a bit right now, and
All right.
We're working on it.
I look forward to it.
I mean, we're always working on it, but
Just don't want it to be
we're more
forgotten.
actively, we're taking the budget to actually seal manholes and laterals and lines that are leaking or disconnected. So much of it is a line that's moved away from the pipe, and that connection to the pipe.
That's fine. I just want to make sure it doesn't get forgotten as we.
It's groundwater in
next
many
year.
areas, but
Sounds-
we're doing some, it's really innovative technology to line some of these leaking areas.
Excellent.
So we don't have to dig the pipes up. And I'll bring some videos of that process back to you with the report.
Great, thank you. All right, so now we're rolling to the police
All right,
facility.
it's getting late now.
Yeah, we're rolling at 9:30.
First comment I'll make
Set the
about-
timer here, yeah.
You have
Only one project.
You have a memo in your packet, and it said it came from me, but Chief Killian and I worked on this together. I did the first little paragraph, and I did the last paragraph. He did everything in between, and very well, too. I gave you a little bit of history of, when it was originally built, when it was remodeled, the different things that we've done. In 2012, the McKinsey Group did a pre-design or a pre-plan of a new police station located on the same site. They gave us cost estimates at that time, whatever. In the current year's budget, we have $50,000 budgeted to update that design, to update the cost of the project, and also to look for potential grants out there that could help us with that project. One that I'm thinking of is like the seismic mandate that the state has given us for 2022. I think there might be a grant program that goes along with that. I'm not sure. Okay, so that's what we'd like to have the McKinsey Group do. We budgeted it. And then I'll turn it over to any questions you have on him.
So as the memo kind of outlines, there's some major issues that are going on with the current facility that I don't think you can remodel your way out of it. It's a 35-year-old building. It's inefficient for the workflow of a modern police building. There's at least 4, if not 5, different HVAC systems not talking to one another in that building every time there's a remodel. There's a new HVAC system that went with that remodel. There are concerns that it's not seismically sound, as Ron mentioned, by Oregon state law in 2022. Public safety buildings, police departments, hospitals, and fire stations need to improve on their seismic capabilities. I don't think this building can be upgraded to those standards. The way the building sits, it's partially on a foundation, and then the other part is on stilts, for lack of a better term. So structurally, it'd be a challenge to improve the seismic ability of that building. There's ADA issues with the current building. When the city had their ADA study done, they came into the police department building just on the bottom floor. The estimates is about $185,000 to get the building ADA compliant. That does not include any of the upstairs or any access to the upstairs. The current stairwells fail ADA standards. There's no elevator in that building. I don't think you can put one in there. I mean, it's just an old building that probably has served us very well, but we're outgrown it, and we need a better building, a bigger building, one that supports the modern infrastructure that's needed, electrical, communications, data.
Yes, please.
Chief Killian, that facility, if I recall, is 8,000 square feet?
I believe it's a little less than that, but approximately 8,000 square feet, yes.
So if you're going to make an argument to the other side to remodel it, what argument would that be? Or is there an argument?
To do another remodel on that
To
building?
do another remodel? Or is there an argument? I mean, there's usually both sides, pro and con. And I understand why you wouldn't want to. I was just wondering if you had done the analysis of how could you remodel it?
Quite frankly, I don't think there was because of the seismic concerns. If you do that type of upgrade to remodel again, then you still need to go to those 2022 requirements for the seismic issues. I don't think that building, no matter what you do to it, you can overcome.
So are you going to demolish it? Is that your idea?
Yes. That's the preferred plan. Get a big D8 cat and knock it down. The plan also calls for building still on that site, so some of the cost savings would be we'd still be able to run police operations out of the current building while the new building is being built, so we wouldn't need a temporary go-between type building. And then after the new building is complete, we do the move-in, then the old building gets knocked down, and that's kind of the parking lot area.
And if I could, and if this is the appropriate time to ask questions, I'm not sure where you're at in this. Can you talk to me or share with me the value of having dispatch in that facility as opposed to off-site? I'm just looking at ways, that's a lot of room. And do they have to be there?
Technically, they don't have to be there, but there's not all that much square footage designated for dispatch center. For the dispatch area of the new police building.
But
I don't know how much square.
Is there any particular benefit to the officers with it being there? Is there?
Yes. Well, the accessibility. Also, after hours, when the public comes into the police department, the dispatchers through the telephone system act as the receptionist, after-hours receptionist.
Okay.
For people coming in.
Okay.
And they also process. If a vehicle is impounded, somebody comes in after hours to get their vehicle released, they take monies and stuff from the public to get those proper releases. So they do serve more than just a dispatch function out of that building.
All right.
Mr. Mayor?
Ladies first.
Actually, I was looking at the floor plan and wondering if there's adequate square footage dedicated to dispatch in these plans. Seems like a very small corner that's set aside.
Yeah, and that would be part of the, what we'd like to do is go forward to get these plans upgraded and stuff. Okay. I'm not sure, these were done in 2011, 2012. I wasn't involved in that process, so I don't know how much actual square footage is dedicated to that, and if it is adequate enough.
All right. It was like 3 times the lieutenant's office space, and that's one person versus several.
Yes,
yeah.
Yeah, I think they're planning on 4 workstations out of that, so we currently have 3.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Chief, staying with the...
Nope, sorry, Mr.
Oh,
Sprague's
I'm
next.
sorry.
That's all right.
Chief, of all the equipment that's currently in the current building, how much of that can you salvage and take across? Or do you have
Could we
to?
or should we?
Well, that, I was going to ask you that, too.
Light bulbs, maybe.
But it would seem to me that there probably is some savings in continuing to use the current stuff that's in there.
I don't, if there is, it would be very, not very much.
It's a sorry building.
Can it be sold or whatever you call that process?
We can.
Send it out to a bid or what?
We may be able to surplus it, see if
Yeah.
some of that can be surplused and turned around for some monies, but I don't think you'd get much out of it, but we'll certainly take a look at those opportunities. There's a few items that could be moved over there, but by and large, a lot of the furnishings and a lot of the accessories in that building, they're very old. They haven't been upgraded for quite a while. Obviously, all of your IT stuff, your computers and that type of stuff would be able to be moved over, because those are upgraded quite frequently.
I was thinking of the dispatch station and all of its equipment and that sort of thing, if that could be salvaged.
I believe some of those stations are salvageable. I don't know I don't recall when those new items went in, when that dispatch center was upgraded. I believe it was 2008 or 2009.
Hasn't been that long ago.
So I believe some of that stuff, but by and large, most of the furnishings and stuff would stay behind.
Okay, thank you.
I think these are also a lot of the questions that will get answered when we get the update.
Sure.
From whatever, because, I mean, we have those same questions. But I think we need somebody that has experience in this to tell us, and this group happens to. They've done a very similar police station in Canby, one in Gladstone. We're talking basically the same amount of dollars. So this is their expertise.
Mr. Anderson?
Mr. Mayor? Yeah. Chief, I would hope, or Ron, when you asked McKenzie to update, that you'd, focusing on the dispatch center area, that there'd be an alternative use. You know, if the dispatch center wasn't there and that space got used for what? You know, so how would the layout look in that building? You know, just in case consolidation happens with dispatch, and it doesn't have to sit there any longer, how would you use the facilities? So it's flexible. I know.
Probably the last part of this is how would we pay for it? And basically, we have a fund called a Facility Capital Fund that is 100% funded by transit room tax. It's the 1% that was dedicated to buy this building. And after the bonds were paid off on this building, that 1% was dedicated to other capital needs of the city. And that's what we've been using the funds for since 2008. We did a new roof on the community center. We put new elevators in here. We've done lighting. A lot of different upgrades. So that's what that money is dedicated, is capital needs of the city. And I gave you a 10-year projection on that fund, and the only reason I did that was to show where the bond payments could be made out of that fund and still have $200,000 to $250,000 a year for other capital needs. So one of the alternatives is that brand-new police station could be built with transit room tax dollars. And no property tax, no increase in fees.
That's very encouraging.
I think Mr. Ward's next here. Did you have something?
What is the total expense of the new police station?
I think in that report, they had 7 million, 7 million 5.
Yes.
I'm using an $8 million number in my projections,
So,
but I don't know what the interest rate would be in that point in time or whatever.
so County Commissioner Bill Hall paid us a visit a few months back, and he was pushing the idea of turning our police over to the county. And so my question to you is, why is there a better idea out there? Or maybe there isn't. I don't know.
Better idea of having a countywide police force?
Yes.
Versus the
Versus
city
what we
having an
have.
independent police force?
Yes. I mean, it looks to me like and I'm not an advocate of it, I'm just bringing it out, so, because someone might be an advocate of it. It looks like we'd save $8 million for a police station, and
So it depends on what kind of service the city wants out of their police department. And that's essentially what it would come down to. And then the question would be, who would be controlling or managing that police department? What say would the local city have of that contracted service? Because that's basically what you're coming down to, is you're going to contract your police service out to the sheriff's office.
would there be a savings if we did that?
There may be a savings, but at what cost? I mean, do you want to have control of your police department, or do you want, I think that may be a political discussion that may be better served at another time.
Okay, and a quick question, if I might. The money you just described for what this will cost is strictly for the physical structure itself, correct?
And the equipment inside.
And the equipment, okay, because I know
Yes.
you've said you've got to replace pretty much everything.
If you look at the projection in the 10-year projection that I have for that fund, I've got two numbers. I think one is $433,000, and that would be for a 30-year bond on the structure. And there's another number of $56,000, I believe.
58.6.
58, okay, which is $500,000 of equipment over a 10-year life. So you'd have to actually do it in two different borrowings, because I can't go borrow bond money for something. I couldn't borrow the money for the equipment for 30 years, because the equipment won't last 30 years. So we'd have to have two stages of that. So probably one would be a 30-year bond, one would be a 10-year bond.
Okay.
And the other thing that I think I mentioned in here is, if we did proceed and you felt you wanted to do this, I would like to take it to the voters. Two reasons. One, we would get a better interest rate in whatever, because I'm going to have to go to the open market with a 30-year bond. I can't just send out RFPs to the banks like I do on our water bonds and our sewer bonds of $4 and $5 million. But they won't go longer than 10 years. So I'm going to be into a 30-year situation. I'll have to go to the open market. Having the GO backing of the voters would be super important. Because that's what we would pledge. We would pledge that GO backing, but we would never levy a property tax. We would use the transit room tax to make the payments. And that's not something new. That's how we did Lincoln Square. That's how we did the 1997 water treatment plant bond in the 2007 sewer bond, or water bond. where we got GO backing from the voters, but use our water revenue and our transit room tax to make the payments and never levied one dime of property tax.
Well, I guess I have another question on this is, what is it you need from us on this?
I didn't really come here to ask you for decisions or
Okay.
anything. This was,
Sharing the,
this is more of sharing information, putting it out there.
And then,
We have money budgeted to do this update.
who makes the decision on this final design, though? And who
We
says
would-
this is
we
the
still wouldn't
building
be
we're going to
doing-
build?
We still wouldn't be doing a final design. What we're going to be doing is updating the pre-design that they gave us before.
Okay.
Then that comes back to you.
So that'll be a council decision?
Oh,
to
yeah,
approve the
absolutely.
Plan, okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's when we'll start talking about, do you need this room, do you need that room, and this, okay. All right, well, then I'll leave it for that, then. Because it's getting late.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Chief, something that you neglected or forgot to mention was the fact that a new building would really help with recruiting and retention,
Absolutely, yes.
and I think that's an important factor. I think we don't have a choice. I think we have to build a new building. And I would move that we, the council, authorize the city manager to authorize McKinsey Group to do an update on the pre-design and the estimate of costs.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none.
Mr. Mayor,
Please.
I guess I wasn't expecting a motion.
Yeah.
So, what's the rush? I guess I think we can answer it. We have 50,000 in the budget that, right, did I hear you say that earlier, Ron? So that's there. Okay.
I don't feel there's a rush. I feel we've been putting this off for years.
Oh, well, yeah, this is just the design up
Right.
from 2012, though, 2012 to 2015, right? Isn't it?
Correct.
When we're updating, so we're still not dealing with the building itself. This is just updating the plan.
Yep.
Yep.
Right.
And
It's starting the process, in my opinion, and I think we need to do that.
And I agree, too.
I agree, yeah.
I've been on a tour of that facility, and it's, and no offense to anyone, but it's dismal. It really needs, we need a new facility.
I would make one other comment when you're talking about, and I don't want to be pushing you into this or whatever, but there's a long process to get to the ballot.
Point well taken.
If we go to the November 16 ballot, I think all that paperwork's got to be done by September, Kathy?
I believe so. I don't have the dates
Yeah.
here.
But I mean, so you kind of got a time frame there. Richard's got to write some really
Fancy ballot measure.
fancy stuff. So I'm not pushing, but I just want you to realize that we just don't all of a sudden, oh, we're going to put that on the ballot and it's October 31st.
Okay. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Sprague.
Oh, so close.
So what is it that we're voting?
My motion is to authorize the city manager to authorize McKinsey Group to update the pre-design and update the estimate of costs.
Good?
Sounds good.
Okay, Kathy?
Sprague.
Yes.
Walke.
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
And Anderson.
Yes.
And Norikis.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you both so much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please.
Chief, I don't know how you do it, but again, I'm going to push for an indoor pistol range in the basement.
Darn right.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. So there's
Open to
two.
the public.
Open to the public.
The McKenzie Group
So when you, if you'll add that into the...
Training.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're very welcome. I'm on board with that. I was going to talk about, I didn't see the pictures of the gym translated into this building, but we'll get to that another day. All right. Now I just have to open up all of the stuff I just closed. Are we at the end here? There we go. Thank you. Oh, okay. I think we hit the end of that. City manager, city attorney reports.
Just looking down the road so you can set your calendar on January 25th. We are planning on holding an urban renewal meeting. We'd actually like to combine it so it's an urban renewal / city council meeting, even though you're both the same. And our intent is to discuss economic development and going forward with that. And so part of it will be to the urban renewal board, part of it will be to the city council.
That was the
25th, and so we're planning on scheduling that for 4 o'clock so that it will cover a 2-hour period. So if you'll just set your calendars for that, that's all the business I have.
Mr. Appicello, a quiet night for you. Well done. All right. We are at additional comments from citizens present on non-agenda items. Anyone? John, please come forward.
Understand it's getting late for you all and me as well, so I'll try and be brief and to the point.
Give us your name one more time.
John Oxenholt, Lincoln City. So first, I want to thank Lila and the city manager for doing a great presentation on the wastewater and water capital projects. I think for me, like there's so many of them that it would be helpful if, kind of along with the title, for example, Shiloh Pump Station upgrade, there was maybe a project description, such as increases capacity, and then also the impact of that project, like unlocks 100 additional units to be built. Because to me, it was pretty confusing, and when you talk about, as you guys were talking about prioritizing these projects, I think that when you guys can actually see a map of these and the actual impact and understand that there's a lot of land that I think that last map showed it. There's a lot of land that doesn't even have sewer, and it's in the city limits. And I think kind of the solution that I heard mentioned by Ron Tierney, who, by the way, I have always learned to agree with, because if you disagree with him, you're going to be wrong. But I think LIDs work really well for much of the areas, such as we saw on the Regatta Way. But I think there's other areas where maybe there's not as many landowners, so there's not the impetus to get that through. And literally, if the city doesn't take some initiative on that, we will be waiting 40 or 50 years. And I think that to some extent that anybody that's in the city limits has a right to expect and receive a basic necessity of water or sewer. So I kind of view those under a different lens, and I'm also supportive of sewering the lake. So again, I think that it would be really helpful to see not only the areas where there's no sewer, but also the areas where there's sewer, but there's a lack of additional capacity. And then you can compare those more easily against some of the other projects that were shown, such as increasing water pressure. And then secondly, on the police station, I really think you guys made the right decision. I think we never fully appreciate our emergency services, and especially our police officers, until the time that you actually need them. And I have personally had a chance in the last few months to witness some of the officers in action, and they've done a really, really good job. So I think you made the right decision, and when the police station comes to a vote, he can count me as a proponent of supporting that. So that's it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh.
Thank you, Mayor. Paul Robertson, Nose Lake Water Improvement District. I also wanted to thank staff for the capital improvement project list and descriptions, and particularly on the sewer questions, and I think Mr. John Oxnall alluded to it quite well in the regard with the areas that are unsewered, that are in the city limits. I think it wasn't touched on in here specifically as to the dollars that might be available, but I believe you have $600,000 in an unbonded assessment fund of some sort, I believe, which has been spoken to about opportunities for maybe creating those reimbursement districts for sewer, whereas the local improvement districts, like John alluded to, may not have the impetus to be done. And in fact, you just did one just recently on 18th Street, I believe it was. So I think there's those tools that exist beyond what this capital budget allows, between 2017 and the 21 timeframes that you might be borrowing additional monies for. So I would encourage you to keep exploring those, I guess. And if those monies are available, to see that those get in your budget for this year, if that's your desire. And I think that it would serve the community well, and particularly where you have natural resources at risk. Devil's Lake, maybe the estuary, may have some additional septic systems down there too that are impacting surface waters. So I just bear that in mind, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Jim Hoover, Lincoln City. Mayor Anderson, members of the council.
You did it again. Look at that. What is it?
Mayor Williams and members of the council. It's late. Thank you for your patience in keeping the meeting open so we can talk. I heard a lot of discussions tonight about the needs of the city of Lincoln City, and can concur with a lot of them that they are important infrastructure situations. And I also heard a presentation by Mr. Tierney that some of this can be funded with transient room tax. And at the same time, we're messing with some part of the transient room tax that I've heard represented as up to $1.4 million a year. A portion of that, which is, I'm assuming, Mr. Tierney was talking about possibly being able to build our new police station with. To sum up what I played earlier as far as the audio from your last meeting, and this is kind of in response to a question that was asked by Mr. Ward to the city manager, have we asked anybody to cancel reservations? And, the answer obviously is no, the city hasn't asked anybody to cancel reservations. But I believe the city has created a situation by the ambiguity or the lack of clarity that they have presented on this VRD situation that's putting people in a situation where financially, as either a property manager or as a property owner, the only thing they can do is cancel reservations, which in the winter impacts the same businesses in the same places that we're spending the transient room tax to try to promote business in the off-season in the city of Lincoln City. Mr. Chandler made a comment. He said, we simply can't declare an ordinance policy change by simply saying this is what it is. And yet, in that same conversation from the last meeting, I heard it stated that the applications that had a prior number of days, and it was listed as the number of days that you anticipate your vacation rental will be available for use. It wasn't a limit to the number of days. It was an anticipated estimate that those people are being allowed 135 days. And then I heard him also say, and I heard it repeated by the city public works director, that the new applications are being limited to 90 days. And my mind said well, if we can't simply declare an ordinance policy change by simply saying this is what it is, how in the last 3 years did we get from people being able to write the number of days that they anticipate their vacation rental will be available that we're still honoring to a 90-day limit, which we're now imposing on new applications, which to me would seem like a ordinance policy change. And then I realized that's the big rub. That's why nobody wants to tell all these people, as it was stated by your city manager, the majority of which have no time limits listed on their VRD applications. Why aren't we telling them 90 days? Because if we do, all those people are in a position where they could sue the city, because that would be a policy change. And really what I'm speaking to here is, it's really easy to say by Mr. Ward asking the city manager, have we told anybody they have to cancel reservations? No. But the wording was this. Mr. Chandler says that our current ordinance for accessory use is subordinate and incidental to the primary use of the house, and that currently on current applications we're enforcing 90 days. And then later on he said that those who do not have a time limit listed on their application from 3 years ago or 5 years ago would be held to the current standard or the current definition of accessory use. Well, it only takes 2 hop, skips, and a jump to get from the current accessory use is 90 days. If you don't have an amount listed on your application, it's going to be enforced per the current accessory use thing. And while you're not saying 90 days, you're saying 90 days. And I think to send out a letter to all the vacation rental owners and property managers stating that there wasn't a decision made by the city council at the last meeting, when in fact that was a very clear, question that was asked by Mr. Anderson. It was very clearly answered by not only the city manager, but by the city public works director, is an attempt to put off the inevitable, which is a situation I believe you're getting backed into, which is, how do we do this if we can't simply declare an ordinance policy change, but we're currently doing that? And at the same time, we're messing with potentially $1.4 million a year of transient room tax income, not to mention the business income from the businesses that rely upon those people in the winter. The last thing I like to say, and I was going to play the audio, but you can go listen to it yourself. Your planning director was asked by, I believe it was Mr. Anderson, or actually it was Mr. Sprague, how can we allow people, if they had 235 days listed, to have 235 days? And he said, nobody's renting for 235 days. Nobody had that number. Nobody had over 120. And then he said, well, maybe there was a couple that had 150. And he said, well, maybe there's a couple that had more than 150. And I'm saying that if our planning director doesn't have an understanding of how limiting these properties to 90 days is going to affect these owners, how can we have any kind of financial impact study? How can we know what it is? Because if our planning director, who's the person who this hubs around, doesn't know that information, how is you can the city council know that information also? Thank you for your patience tonight.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it. Anyone else care to say something? No? All right, moving on. Announcements or comments by city council. Are you gearing up for something there, Chester? Yeah, go ahead.
Just a real short one here. I just want to share this information with the public. Came from the city manager regarding the tree thinning project on Spyglass Ridge. We received a check for $18,820.93 from Trout Mountain for the city's share of the proceeds from the thinning operation. That brings our total to date to $50,743.32, which is double what we expected for the entire project. Thank you, Trout Mountain.
Else?
I had a comment about that, too. Thank you. Thank you, Chester, for bringing that subject up. Let me find my notes. When I was looking at the minutes from that meeting, there was a citizen who was concerned about aspects of that tree thinning, effect on the road, use of air brakes, speeding through the streets, and I just wanted to report on whether or not those issues were taken care of and if the neighborhood was not impacted adversely by the trucks.
I'm going to see if, Deborah, would you like to come and address that, please?
Not finding my notes at this hour.
Evening. Yeah, that's the first I've heard about that complaint, so...
He was just concerned about it when we approved that project, and I just wanted to make sure we didn't have any feedback, any complaints.
I haven't heard any.
Okay.
And I will point out that
Here it is.
we still have the south portion of the Spyglass open space to thin. So they called it off in the winter because of the heavy rains.
Okay.
And so they'll be back in the spring when it dries out a little bit to finish up.
I guess the only other concern that I saw listed in the minutes was the trucks dropping debris in the streets. And so I just wanted to make sure that none of those things happened.
I haven't heard of any.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Go ahead, Roger.
Old people first, is that what you said?
I didn't say it.
Today's before beauty.
I just want to thank the staff for inviting the council to be able to take part in their Christmas celebration. That was a very enjoyable evening, and appreciate that very much.
Yeah, and everyone who, and Kathy in particular, who put all that together, the great decorations. Well done. Yeah.
I was able to pocket 3 floats.
Just teasing. And were you responsible for the swag here and all that? Very nice. Thank you. Yes, sir. It's your turn.
Now, I'm talking through a headache right now, so how coherent I'll be. I'm kind of responding to Mr. Hoover's remarks. I'm not a fan of accessory use simply because it is so complicated and shifted so many times throughout the years that when you try to describe it, it makes you appear either disingenuous or deceitful. But at least as far as I'm concerned, and most, if not all of the other counselors are concerned, I'm speaking just for myself, we're not here to hurt anyone, and we don't want people canceling their reservations and suffering financially. When we talk about it, there's a talk of appreciation of a lot of the good work and assets that you are and that you contribute to the community. And I, for one, feel badly that if you feel treated, that you're treated poorly, because you shouldn't be. And that's all I have to say. Thanks.
All right, my turn. I'll keep it quick as I can here. And I'm going to speak on this subject just a little bit, so I'll read it quickly. The influx of emails and phone calls is a direct result of anxiety. This is not a discussion about where to take a vacation and what amenities the city offers or will no longer offer. For 5 years, Lincoln City has kept property owners, property managers, housekeepers, repair companies, contractors, and vacationers on pins and needles, and not for simply a drop in income-earning ability or recreation, but whether or not many can even remain living or working in Lincoln City. I've always believed we should eliminate the accessory use definition. The fact that it was in over 20 years never enforced speaks to its inherent flaw. It is clear that a 90-day limitation would drive short-term rental providers to rent only in peak summer rate times. As a small business owner here in Lincoln City, I can attest to how bad business has been the last month and will continue to decline for the next 2 months. The city simply does not have a large enough population base to support our small businesses. I'm walking away from this meeting with the flimsy assurance that no one will suffer prosecution for renting over 90 days if they had no prior amount allowed. I fully understand why some citizens have stepped forward to offer a plan to clarify and simplify a situation that has gone on for far too long. And then I guess all I want to say is we have New Year's celebration coming up. Just encourage everyone to make use of our fine cab systems here and come home safe from New Year's. With that, I wish you all a good night and God bless you all. Thank you. We are adjourned. That was a long sitting spell.
You know, when you looked at that agenda, it just didn't look
How
like
are
it
ya?
would be a long meeting.
Yeah, my wife asked me about it. How long is it going to be?
I said I'd be home by like 8 o'clock. I might even see the end of the game. Yeah.
God.
But at least it was humor.
See, I get it.
Blatant sarcasm. Oh, see? But you didn't even put quotation marks to make sure it was a pun. It did.